Begin again, and before we do, I just have to say this. I want to say thank you to Floris for helping keeping everybody on time. At least if we're late, we know we're going to be late. And in addition, I would like to give him the Best Dressed Award for the conference. Stand up for a second. Is he so cute? His glasses even match his clothing. He says his wife does it for him. I'm going to try to bully Scott into some of that. Okay. In this presentation, we're going to hear it straight from the horse's mouth. Professor Garret Moddel teaches electrical, computer, and energy engineering at the University of Colorado, where he also directs the Quantum Engineering Laboratory. From his academic position, he explains that research into these new energy technologies is virtually non-existent. Government and corporate sponsors do not want to take any risks on this kind of research. In addition, they do not wish to be exposed to the giggle factor, which keeps their minds tightly closed. On the other hand, Professor Moddel says we cannot go on chasing after windmills without any real scientific scrutiny. As a recent president of the Society for Scientific Exploration, he walks in both worlds, and he's going to give us a pragmatic view of the new energy technology research and its potentials. Please welcome Professor Garret Moddel.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give special thanks to the GlobalBEM people because you folks have done an amazing job in setting up this conference, particularly under adverse circumstances. And congratulations to you. Thanks in particular to Jerome and Robert and Stephanie and all the GlobalBEM folks. So when my brother and sister were little, they went up to my mother and they said, "Mommy, Mommy, Mommy, are there angels?" And my mother said, "Well, some people believe there are and some believe there aren't. If you're religious, you might believe they are, and if you're spiritual, you might believe they are, if you're agnostic." And so they were looking at her puzzled. So then they went up to my father, and they said, "Daddy, Daddy, are there angels?" And he said, "Yes." So from then on, of course, they went to my father to ask questions. And why I raise that is that I'm afraid that what I'm going to be presenting to you is more like what my mother said. It's nuanced, it's in between, and it's a little different than perhaps some of the other speakers who have very definite answers. And so I have some answers, but a lot of questions. So where are we here in terms of new energy research? I believe that we are, and I am in particular, between the stuffed shirts and the crackpots. So my colleagues at the university and I are stuffed shirts. We think that this maverick stuff is crazy. On the other hand, my colleagues here and my maverick scientists here think that the people that the university people are stuffed shirts and don't really understand what this new technology and these new concepts are about because they're stuck in an old paradigm. And so we're in this difficult situation where if you look at research at universities, it tends to be very conservative. And it's a conservative for good reasons, because the conservative science works to a degree, but there are some problems with it. So today, what I'd like to try to figure out with you is, to some degree, where is the truth? Is the truth where, and so in doing this, we'll take a look at where good thinkers go wrong, what physical law tells us, and in particular, we'll look at two laws, the second law of thermodynamics and the conservation of energy. And we'll also look at what physical law doesn't tell us. Where might these physical laws be lacking, and where is there room in our current understanding of science for these developments in new energy technologies? And then finally, we'll talk a bit about what the issues are in new energy technology and what we might improve, particularly from an academic or a more scientific point of view. So you're asking the question, where am I coming from? Is this guy with us or is he against us? So let me give you just a very quick background. So my stuffed shirt background is I was educated in mainstream engineering and physics. I have graduate degrees in applied physics. I worked and ran several high-tech startup companies. I raised quite a bit of venture capital money and had some companies that were where the technology was quite successful. I've carried out research in my lab in liquid crystal technology and dominantly in solar cell technology. And the courses I teach are a group of courses including thermodynamics, statistical thermodynamics, theory of solid state, and so on. From the maverick or crackpot perspective, I've been going in new directions, particularly in this latter part of my career. I decided really it's worth taking a look at what genuinely makes a difference. And so my lab is looking at new types of solar cells. We're working right now on rectenna solar cells, which is an exotic new type of technology. We actually just came out with a book on it last week. We've been working in the lab on zero-point energy extraction, low-energy nuclear reaction. We've also done a fair bit of psi research, and right now I'm teaching a course this semester called Edges of Science, in which we look at maverick science and we look at new ideas and where they fit, what is the philosophy behind this, and beyond. Okay, so what is the issues with science and where it's gone? If we look in the past, if we look a couple of hundred years ago, we see that science and its pursuit was very different from what it is today. A couple hundred years ago, people looked at big questions. Is there evolution? Is there a relationship between force and acceleration? And they tackled these big questions, and the people who tackled it out of curiosity. They were non-professionals. Usually they were from some wealthy family or for some other reason had a benefactor that allowed them to pursue this. But it was curiosity-driven science trying to uncover the big questions. And the answers that they found were often unexpected because it was curiosity-driven. If you compare that to the mainstream science today, it's very different. Today, the questions we ask are little questions. What is this effect? How can I nudge this idea a little bit farther? If you look, for example, in a number of different organizations, the American Physical Society or the IEEE, electrical engineers, and every decade or so they come out, what are the questions that are remaining? And if you look at those questions, if you're like me, you see that those questions are little questions. Why is this effect this way and not that way? Why doesn't symmetry apply here? Rather than the big questions that we still have, why is the universe this way? Are there sorts of energies that we just haven't accessed? What is the connection between people that goes beyond just our brains? What are the subtle things that are happening? These questions aren't asked. And part of it has to do with the government funding, because in government funding, if we want to get a contract, we've got to say what we're going to look at, what we're going to discover, and when. And so if we already know it before we've started, we're obviously not going to do anything very dramatic. And what this does is it builds very successful careers. If you continue to look at a particular small phenomenon, but you become the world expert in that phenomenon, you'll be great. You'll bring in lots of government contracts, you'll do a good job training students, and you'll be successful. But the answers that you'll get will be fairly predictable. And I think we're, in this group here, I think we realize the distinction between the unexpected answers and the predictable answers. So what are the problems? Well, there are several different problems that cause us to remain fixed in a situation where we're looking at the same answers over and over. And one of these is information cascades. So information cascades occur when an expert gives an erroneous opinion. And once that expert has given an erroneous opinion, many people afterwards, even if they've got the right information and want to give an opinion that is correct, nobody listens because the expert has already spoken, and it's very hard to change this. So the classic example, which I show here as a picture on Time magazine, is a physiologist, Ansel Keys. And in the 1950s, looking at a partial study, he saw that there appeared to be less heart disease among one population that ate less fat compared to another population, a different country, that ate more fat. So he said fat is bad. And if we want to be healthy, we should not eat fat. And so that became a doctrine. And it was folded into the food pyramid that the government told us is the right thing to do and the right thing to eat. And this idea that fat is bad in the diet and causes heart disease and cancer lasted for more than 50 years beyond when Ansel Keys said it. And he was wrong. He was wrong right at the beginning. In fact, even the study that he quoted, if you looked at the complete study, it showed that, in fact, fat is good. Particularly, there are all sorts of good fats that we should be eating, and it's sugars and simple starches that are the problem. But this problem just kept compounding, and so everybody, until very recently, has been believed this incorrect information cascade. And only in the last few years are we finally saying out loud, look, fat is good for you. And there are other examples of information cascades. There are many, many of them. Another one is fluoridation, and that fluoridation is good for our teeth and not harmful to us, which is wrong. Another one is sun exposure, that we should avoid all sun exposure. It gives us cancer. No, sun exposure is good for us, and there's all sorts of evidence for it. We don't want to go and burn ourselves, but moderate sun exposure is definitely good. And there are many of these. And I believe that new energy also falls into one of these information cascades. There's another issue, and that has to do with consensus. Let me just read what Michael Crichton wrote. The work of science has nothing to do with consensus. If it's consensus, it isn't science. If it's science, it isn't consensus. Also, he wrote, consensus is invoked only in situations where the science is not solid enough. So how many times have you read in the paper, the majority of scientists believe this, or the majority of scientists believe that? It happens all over the place. And the only way to break this, as Kuhn has taught us, is with a scientific revolution. And so we have a particular paradigm. We break out of that paradigm after enough information accumulates, and it's usually literally a generation, 60 years or more, after the initial incorrect information was believed by the consensus. And there are many examples of consensus science. Galileo's heliocentric solar system, Wegener's continental drift, for between 1920s, when Wegener said it, until the 1960s, geologists wouldn't believe him, despite the fact he had robust evidence to show that there was continental drift. Evolution through natural selection. So we've got Darwin, who's been accepted by the consensus. Then there's Wallace, who had a slightly different view. And some of us think maybe that's a little more appropriate. There's anthropogenic climate change, where we read over and over in the paper that 90-something% of scientists believe something or other. I'm not saying it's wrong or right, but what's happening here is that the consensus idea is invoked rather than the basic truth of the matter. And science has become very political because of that. So what do? We've got to look at the data and think for ourselves. And that's very difficult, because a lot of this data is complicated, and we just don't have the time for it. And so we find somebody who we believe, and we just stick with them, which is sometimes okay and sometimes it's not. As Einstein said, innovation, the important thing is not to stop questioning, and we've got to keep doing that, despite the consensus. Okay, so what can we believe? So we've already said that in mainstream research, there is incremental advances. They're slow to provide breakthroughs. We've also learned that experts provide opinions. Often they're right, but quite often they're wrong. And So then we are subject to information cascades. The truth doesn't get out. Consensus science is often wrong. And in fact, not only is it often wrong, but we know that the current paradigm will go through a revolution. It always does. It has in the past. And it's only arrogance if we say that today's standard model is the one that's going to exist in 100 years. Of course it's not. We're going to think of new things. So does that mean that we should throw out established physics? No. Established physics has a lot of wisdom to it. We need to use it, but we need to carefully see where it applies and where there are holes. What we need to look at if we're looking at new sciences, we need replication, we need coherent explanations, and what we're talking about in particular here is we need consistent energy production. And we found that with a lot of these technologies, we've got some of this, but not all of it. We need to work through and get all of it. Okay, so enough for the sociology of this. Let's get on to the science. I've been approached over the years by a number of people with various sorts of ideas for new energy technologies. And I've found different sorts of issues that people have not considered in a way that I think is appropriate. So one of them, and this has happened repeatedly, you've probably seen it. Somebody has some sort of a motor or an electric circuit that produces more power out than is required to go in. And so what they do is you measure the voltage out and the current out, and you multiply the voltage by the current, that tells you the power, and you compare that to the power in. So if we have a time-varying signal, and this is the voltage, this is the current, so the power is the voltage times the current, and it's positive. And so we get a net positive out. But what happens a number of times is that people don't measure the voltage and the current together in the same way, and they don't look at the phase relationship. So if you've got a voltage that varies like this blue signal, and a current that's 90 degrees out of phase from it, if you multiply the voltage by the current, you're going to get power, but it'll have a positive part and a negative part. And the ultimate, the average power that comes out is equal to 0 in this particular case. So we've got to look at this. And we, and I'm including myself here in the maverick scientists, make errors quite often in looking at these sorts of phenomena and trying to decide, is there more energy out or is there more energy in? Here's one I was sent, maybe 4 or 5 months ago. Somebody sent me their plans for a Brownian motor. The basic idea, it's a little wedge-shaped gap. And inside this gap, we've got a particle. So imagine this is a gas particle or something like that. And there are actually many of them, but let's just look at one to begin with. And so the gas particle has thermal energy and it bounces around. Now because this wall is sloped compared with this wall, every time the particle bounces up, it'll tend to move to the left because there'll be a net motion. It'll bounce a little bit net to the left. And so eventually it'll go all the way to the left. Now if you compare the front to the back, you can make a circular type of wedge. And in this case, if it's always going to the biggest part of the wedge, and then here it goes through again and comes back around, what you can do is you can get perpetual motion. And you can get the machine going around, you can get the particles going around and around, and it should give you motion without any energy input. And if you've got a lot of particles, well, that lot of particles should be going around, and in fact, maybe you can make the wheel go around, and you can get energy out without energy in. Will this work? No. Why will it not work? Because there's a counteracting force. And that is that when you gather a lot of particles on one side, you've got a higher concentration here than you do here. And what you end up with is a diffusion gradient. And the diffusion gradient causes particles to diffuse this way. So they move to in the counterclockwise direction by bouncing, and they move in the clockwise direction by diffusion, and the net motion is null. And we see this in all sorts of phenomena where there's some sort of a driving force, but then it's counteracted by some sort of another force. So this folds into the second law of thermodynamics. And there are many ways of saying the second law of thermodynamics. I'm going to mention this particular one here because I think it's most appropriate for what we'll be talking about with the energy technologies. And that is, it is impossible to convert heat from a system at constant temperature into work. It wasn't actually Moses who said this, but that doesn't matter. And so this is really one of the fundamental laws. It was so fundamental that Einstein has said classical thermodynamics is the only physical theory of universal content which I'm convinced will never be overthrown. So let's take a look at some of the ramifications of the second law of thermodynamics and see whether we agree with this law or not, and if we're allowed to violate it. So before I do, I want to say that when I was a graduate student at Harvard, I went to my professor once, and he wanted to hear about the experiment I was doing. I was working on solar cells and a particular semiconductor. And he said, well, how does this process work? And I said, well, the electrons go here, and because of conservation of electrons, they've got to go here, and so this reaction is balanced by this reaction, and it's got to be equal. They've got to be equal. And he said, no, how does it work? And I said, well, there's no net production of electrons, so they've got to be equal. And he said, no, tell me how it works. And he used to slam his fist on the table quite a bit until he had his quadruple bypass. But to his credit, he let us yell back at him. He was actually a great professor. And I realized at that point that he was asking for a kinetic answer. He wanted to know this pushes this, this pushes this. And instead, I was giving him an answer based on a conservation law, conservation of number of electrons. And so we'll see that in physical law, there are often two ways of looking at things, the kinetic way and the conservation way. And both of these should tell us the same story, but sometimes they contradict each other. And let's go on and take a look. So with the second law of thermodynamics, Maxwell proposed in 1871 a demon. And the purpose of the demon was to try to find holes in the second law of thermodynamics. And the way that this demon works, the simplest way, is imagine you've got a chamber with gas particles in it. And what the demon does is whenever a hot gas particle comes along, going from right to left, he opens the door, he closes the door and doesn't let it go. Whenever a hot particle comes from left to right, he opens the door and lets it go through. And cold particles, just the opposite. And so that way, you eventually end up with a bunch of heat on one side, a hot gas on the other side, and a cold gas on the other. And once you've got this difference in temperature, or it could be pressure, you can do work with it. And so this is a way of getting work out of the ambient background. And so he said, is there a way for this demon to work? And physicists have argued about this for more than 100 years. And there have been all sorts of demons proposed, and all sorts of solutions showing that, in fact, the demon doesn't work. And the latest has to do with, over the last couple of decades, it's become pretty clear that the basic issue has to do with information, surprisingly, not energy. That there's a sort of a conservation of information and an entropy of information. And that basically determines why the demon cannot work. Unfortunately, I don't have time to go into it in detail right now, but let's just leave it at that. So where are examples where we might like to have a demon work? One example is using a diode to obtain electrical power from ambient thermal fluctuations. So a diode, for those of you who don't know, is an electronic device that allows current to go in one direction but not in another. And I'm showing a band diagram for a diode. If you don't understand this, don't worry. That's not crucial here. But the basic idea is that we have thermal generation. So we get an electron moving from the valence band up to the conduction band. Then it drifts down this potential barrier, and we collect it externally using an external circuit. And so that idea then should be able to take thermal fluctuations and convert them into work. And there have been a number of proposals for this, but in fact, I believe it doesn't work. And the reason has to do with detail balance. So detail balance, which was proposed in the early 20th century by Einstein to describe radiation and elements in equilibrium, says that for every up, there needs to be a down. For every down, there needs to be an up. And that is that every action is balanced in detail by its opposite when we're in equilibrium. And so that would say that under thermal equilibrium, that means, in other words, just this diode sitting in thermal equilibrium, there will be a generation rate due to the heat, but there will be an equal recombination rate, and you're not going to get any energy out. So what sort of argument is this? Well, the basic argument is one of the second law of thermodynamics. So that's that sort of a conservation equilibrium approach. Then the detailed balance is instead a kinetic argument. And so both by the kinetic argument and by the conservation argument, we say, no, we can't get energy out from a diode at equilibrium. Well, there are some people who will disagree with that. In fact, people at this conference. And I've looked in some detail at the papers that suggest that, in fact, you can get energy out. And what they do is they make a kinetic argument, saying that, yes, you can get energy out because this causes this, which causes this, which causes this, and a fairly detailed argument. And I believe that when there's an argument between a conservation argument and a kinetic argument, which of the two do you believe? I would go back with the conservation argument, because with kinetic arguments, there's a lot of details and it's easy to make a mistake. But it's possible that that's not right. So how do you ultimately know which one is right? Well, the answer is, of course, experiment. Because experiment trumps theory all the time. And if you actually get something to work, hell, you've got it to work. Don't worry about the theory. Okay, so is the second law of thermodynamics always valid? Well, we know that the consensus of physicists says yes. It was originally a statement of collective experience, and then later it was codified into a detailed explanation, statistical explanation for gases in equilibrium. And so that seems to say, yes, the law works, because the consensus of physicists agree with it. But do we think that the consensus of science is always right? Well, here I've got to give a nuanced answer. There are very serious questions about the second law, not only among maverick scientists, but even among more mainstream scientists. And there was a conference run by Daniel Sheehan a couple of times taking a look at, does the second law always apply or not? And in particular, I can say with a pretty strong degree of confidence that if you're near equilibrium, if everything is more or less at the same temperature and stationary, yes, it applies. If we're in a closed system where there's no interaction and we're at equilibrium, then it applies. But where it doesn't apply, where we've got lots of wiggle room, is if we're far from equilibrium, if there's a fast changing system, something with radical temperature differences. And so if we look at the sorts of motors and circuits and various other devices that we've seen here, the ones that seem to be putting out extra energy are those that are far from equilibrium. And finally, open systems. What does an open system mean? It means that we've got an interaction with the external world. Well, can we have a closed system? No, we can't really have any closed system, because there's always going to be interaction with gravity outside. We don't have a way to block it. There are always interactions with zero-point energy and various other things. So systems are, in fact, open. Let's take a look at this next law, which is conservation of energy. So we know that this says that the total energy of a closed system does not change. So if I'm cold standing up here and I do mechanical work on my hands, that work is turned into heat. And so the work of my muscles and the energy produced by my muscles isn't lost, it's turned into heat. So it's been conserved. Energy has been transformed from one type to another, but it's been conserved. Well, Actually, not too long ago, somebody sent me some information on a way he said was a very simple way of showing that conservation of energy doesn't work. And this is the argument he made. And this is going to get a little bit mathematical. So for those of you who are allergic to that, please hold your nose. But for the rest of us, it's not going to be that hard. So we know that so this is the argument that I was given. We know that Newton's law says that force equals mass times acceleration. And we can solve that for acceleration to say that acceleration equals force divided by mass. Now, imagine that you have some sort of an object in free space and you push it. So you're going to push it with a given force. It's going to accelerate and go faster and faster, okay? And that's the example that's given. So if we take a look at the kinetic energy of the object, the kinetic energy of the object is 1/2 times the mass times the velocity squared. And that's a non-relativistic formula for kinetic energy. And so we can write that instead as 1/2 times mass times acceleration times time squared, because velocity equals acceleration times time, so we can just rewrite it this way. And we had solved for acceleration up here, so we can stick that in which case the formula becomes 1/2 times the force squared times time squared over mass. And so the argument here is that when you're applying a constant force to an accelerating object, the energy is going to increase quadratically with time. It's going to increase with the square of time. And so the argument is that the kinetic energy is proportional to t squared, but the input force is constant. So if we look at the cumulative energy required to maintain a constant force, so this is energy versus time, it just grows linearly with time. But if we look at the kinetic energy of the accelerated object, it grows with the square, with t squared, time squared. And therefore, eventually, it's going to exceed the energy that you put in there. And energy is no longer conserved. Do you see the flaw in the ointment? Fly in the ointment? So the idea here then is that the accelerating body gains more energy than provided by force. We've got new energy. But maintaining a constant force on an accelerating object requires going faster and faster. And in fact, the cumulative energy that you put in to give a constant force to an accelerating object varies with the square of time. And it turns out then that both the energy you put in and the energy of the object increase with the square of time, and the cumulative energy is equal to the kinetic energy. We didn't gain any energy. And so energy is conserved. So that's an example of where we need to think about something a little bit more clearly. Let's talk about open systems, which I mentioned before. So one of the sources for energy in an open system that I'm most interested in is zero-point energy. So according to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, we cannot know the position and the momentum or the motion of a particle to absolute precision at the same time. So we cannot have a particle that sits still, because if it sat still, that would mean we'd know where it is and how fast it's moving. So therefore, according to quantum mechanics, all particles are moving all the time, no matter what, and that's zero-point energy. Not only are particles moving all the time, but space itself wiggles. So in particular, if we look at electromagnetic waves, they're constantly electromagnetic waves that are bipping into existence in the vacuum. And these waves that bip into existence in the vacuum are part of the zero-point field, ZPF. And if we take a look at the formula for radiation, that is electromagnetic radiation that we find in the air, there are two parts to it. One has to do with the temperature, and this is T for temperature, and another part has nothing to do with the temperature. This is the thermal radiation, it's the Planck distribution, and this is the zero-point energy radiation. And so both of them exist at the same time. And if we look in free space, if we go above a frequency of 7 terahertz, at that point the zero-point energy dominates over thermal energy. for room temperature. Okay, so if we have this 0-point energy, can we use it? Is it really real? And many of us have seen the concept of a Casimir cavity, where we in fact can show that it is real. So a Casimir cavity consists of two plates that are reflective, that are very close to each other. And because those two plates are very close to each other, because of boundary conditions, they block some of the waves inside. We can only have a restricted set of waves inside the Casimir cavity. But outside the Casimir cavity, we can have the full spectrum of waves. So therefore, if we look at the radiation pressure due to the waves pushing on the walls of the cavity, we'll see that there's more radiation pressure pushing in than there is radiation pressure pushing out. And the net effect is that the cavity collapses. The two cavity walls are put together. This was proposed in 1948 by Casimir, and over the last few decades, people have measured this to increasing precision and found, yes, in fact, there is a Casimir force and you can measure it. So this is one indication that 0-point energy is real. So can we use this? There have been various proposals to get mechanical work out of a Casimir cavity. And one of these is this one. So let's say that we have a Casimir cavity with a certain spacing between the two plates. We then allow one plate to, we move to the other plate. We allow the plates to collapse. And when the plates collapse and go together, they produce work. And we take that out as work. And it's in fact been shown that we can get electrical energy out and all sorts from this Casimir cavity. So we really can do work on this. Whoops, what happened here? Okay. So I'll talk until it comes back up. So the idea is we have these Casimir plates that have moved together. Now we do something to disable one of the plates. Let's say we take all the electrical charge out of the plates. And so we take all the electrical charge out of the plates, and then we pull the plates apart. And we can do it without expending any energy because we've disabled the plates. After we've disabled them, we let the plates come together again and once again give us some conversion of 0-point energy into work. And so this has been proposed, and the basic idea here is that this will work under one condition. And that one condition is if the Casimir force is not conservative. So let me give you an example of a conservative force. Gravity. So if I have a bottle of water and I let it fall, I can get work out of it. But I can only get work out of it once. Then if I lift up my bottle of water to try to get work out of it again, I've put the work that I got out of it back into it to lift it up. Why? Because gravity is a conservative force. So the question is the Casimir force a conservative force? And there's been a fair bit of work on this, and in fact, it turns out that it is a conservative force. Therefore, I would say you cannot get energy out of a Casimir motor. Now, there have been arguments against this. I went through a paper yesterday. I reread a paper that proposed about 15 years ago to be able to make a Casimir engine that would produce work. And in fact, the paper is based on a kinetic argument. Remember kinetic argument versus conservation law? And so it shows that if you take the charge out of a semiconductor and you let the material go together, this will happen and this will happen. And it's a very complex argument. And I think there's a fair potential in it for some errors. And in fact, as we learn more about Casimir force, we're learning more and more that in fact Casimir force has some strange properties. And so I don't think that we can get work out of a Casimir force. And so I think that this Casimir engine that I showed you with the plates, that in fact when you extract the charge out of the plates, you're going to end up using as much energy as you got out by letting the two Casimir plates go together. Okay, whoops. Are we? Oops, now this isn't working. Excuse me for a second. Okay, so about 8 years ago, a guy called Bernie Heisch, who is a physicist who lives in California and has worked done quite a bit of theory on zero-point energy, contacted somebody, an acquaintance of both him and mine, and that's Dean Radin. Dean Radin, and he asked Dean, he said, I have this idea of how we can get energy out of a Casimir engine, or in particular out of zero-point energy, and I'd like to be able to build this. I'm a theorist. You know of some practical physicists who might work with me. And so Dean Radin hooked him up with me, and he and I then put together some practical ideas of how to obtain zero-point energy from the vacuum. And we applied for a patent, and if you could see the slide, it would show you the patent, or at least the front of the patent that we applied for. And surprisingly, the patent was granted, and it issued in 2008. And so let me tell you a little bit about how this works and how we should think about it. So the basic idea is based on a concept, a theory called stochastic electrodynamics. So if we take a look at an electron circling an atom, we know that an electron will go around an atom, and it should be radiating energy because an electron circling an atom is accelerating. An accelerated charge should give radiation. That's called Larmor radiation. And so it should spin down. The electron should spin down to the core of the nucleus of the atom. But it doesn't. Why doesn't it? The real answer is because Bohr said so. So Niels Bohr said it doesn't. And so he built, from that concept, the foundation for quantum mechanics that ended up with the Schrödinger equation and the whole apparatus that we have for quantum mechanics, based upon the idea that energy can only be radiated in quanta, and that there's a reason that this cannot be radiated. And so there is a different explanation. And the different explanation is from stochastic electrodynamics, which was actually started by Einstein and Otto and others who were not particularly in favor of quantum mechanical explanations for things. And what they said was, yes, in fact, the electron circling the atom does radiate, and it does spin down. The only reason that it doesn't spin down all the time is that that radiation is being balanced by zero-point energy radiation that's coming in. So there's a net balance between the incoming radiation and the outgoing radiation. And so this is the concept in stochastic electrodynamics, that in fact the atomic structure is based upon zero-point energy. And the whole world actually stands on it. It supplies the energy that keeps the atoms energized. And there have been tests of this. There's been a theory that showed, in fact, it works. There's also been simulations showing that you get the exact correct radius for the Bohr atom, for the electron circling the atom, if you've got this balance of zero-point energy versus coming in versus the radiation going out. So I wish I could show it to you, but our basic concept is that we take gas atoms and we pump them into a Casimir cavity. As they're going into the Casimir cavity, they are going to spin down to a lower energy because a Casimir cavity has less energy less zero-point energy inside than outside, so it'll reach a new equilibrium inside the Casimir cavity. As the electron spins down, it radiates energy. We capture that energy. Then, when the electron comes out of the Casimir cavity, it's recharged back up to the ambient, by the ambient zero-point field. And so in this way, what we've built is essentially a heat pump in which we extract zero-point energy from the ambient, and we then deposit it into a local heat source. And we can use the heat, or we can convert it into electricity. Now you ask, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense, because isn't the zero-point field the lowest energy possible? So how can you get to a lower energy in order to extract energy from the thing in equilibrium? And the answer is that, in fact, it's geometry dependent. So if we look at a Casimir cavity, the floor is lower than the floor is outside of the Casimir cavity. And we do, in fact, have a difference in energy between the ambient area and inside the Casimir cavity. And this allows us to actually extract energy. And so we've built some practical, have some practical designs for prototypes that should work. We've also built quite a few of these and tested them. And again, I wish I could show you this. We've got a plot which shows the energy radiated from these Casimir cavities as a function of gas and as a function of gas flow. And we find that, in fact, oh, great. So this is the plot. So let's go back into slide mode. Where do I do that? Top left. And so this shows that we, in fact, do get energy out. However, I have to say that I'm not yet convinced that this proves we've obtained zero-point energy. We've got to go through and figure out, is there any other possible explanation for it? We've done a fair bit of that. We've vetted it and found that conventional things like Joule-Thomson cooling and various other things just don't work. But we need further work in order to draw firm conclusions. So there are problems with zero-point energy and all sorts of new energy research, and we all know this. One of the big problems is secrecy. If we keep our ideas secret because we want to become a zillionaire and don't want the rest of the world to know about it, or because we're afraid somebody's going to zap us, then we can't really work that way. And so a way to get around the secrecy is live open science, which is one proposed idea for sharing information when we're doing experiments. And I think a new energy field is a great way to do it. There's the idea that if we could develop new energy technologies, we should just give it away, give it to the world. In my opinion, that's a bad idea. The reason is that it takes a fair bit of effort to go from a basic concept into a well-developed technology. And there needs to be incentive for people to do that. And so there needs to be some profit motive to drive them. And I think that we can give it away once it's developed. But in the development phase, I think there needs to be some incentives. Another problem has to do with the blind skeptics. So perhaps that's, you'd say, the stuffed shirts. And if we look, for example, at the example of Galileo, where people from the church refused to even look into his telescope, we find the same sort of things today, where science journals absolutely refuse to publish anything on cold fusion, no matter how good the article is. They just will not. And this is very much like the blinders, I think, that the church has put on. And so we need replication, coherent explanations, consistent energy production. The other problem from the, perhaps we can call it the mavericks or the crackpots, is true belief. And if you believe something, then everything you see will look like what you believe due to confirmation bias in what we see. And so we've got to really be our own toughest critics. So how do we work through this? Well, I think one great idea is what Joel Garbon said a couple of days ago, the idea of some sort of almost like a UL testing lab for new energy technologies. And we need to be able to test these things, have them vetted, have a group that say, yes, this really does work, or it doesn't work. But I think we need something before that as well. And the something before that is a real digging into the technology from the perspective of curiosity and, yes, even academia. And so one thing that I'm suggesting and proposing is that we develop a lab at the University of Colorado called the Breakthrough Energy Technology Initiative. And it... I'll tell you, that's the most positive response I've had. Thank you. And the idea here is we're not a debunking lab. I don't even like the word debunking. We are an advocate. We're going to be looking at these new technologies and digging in. We want to understand how they work. So, for instance, each technology that we choose would be assigned to a particular grad student who spends, 4 or 5 years digging deep into it, try to understand it, try to make it work. And we want to nurture these technologies. This is going to require very dedicated students with excellent skills. This is really something that's going to be hard to do. We need also major donors. It's going to be expensive. But I think that the result of something like this could really separate the wheat from the chaff from all these technologies, because so many of them really could be working, but yet we don't know, is it working or is there something subtle happening here that's causing it not to work? And we really need to dig in and figure this out. So there you have it, my views. I think you may agree with some of them, may disagree with some of them, and I'd love to talk with you folks about it later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nuanced and complex thinking has been all but lost. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thanks.
It's very nicely
Bye-bye.
done. Many of you are familiar with our next guest from last year's GlobalBEM. He was host also from the nightly panels. As a holistic physical healer and psychotherapist, Mitchell Rabin is going to bridge the infinite field of energy with how it can be applied to healing our bodies, minds, and spirits. He's going to do this a little later on with a demonstration of an advanced kind of biofeedback technology. Meanwhile, Mitchell, I can't put this down.
We have 2 microphones that you have to wear. Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. So this is the one that they put on this way. Sure. Let them do it. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Mitchell Rabin is also an eco-entrepreneur, and he's deeply concerned with and involved with the recovery of our environment. As he said, what we see in our bodies is reflected throughout the globe, which is reflected throughout the cosmos. As the saying is, as above, so below. To bring it all together, he broadcasts his passions through his weekly radio and television show, A Better World. Oh, I see here, they're just now miking him up because we actually ended up back on schedule, just a little bit early. Just about ready there? So for those of you interested in tonight's menu, it's Polish food. I overheard them. I think we're having some kind of a vegetable kraut of some kind. And since that is his native cuisine, I'm sure it's going to be absolutely beautifully done. So we have a nice dinner to look forward to. Okay. Are you ready, Mitchell? Oh, please welcome Mitchell Rabin.
Hello, everyone. It will take us a moment to set things up here. So, meanwhile, do a little pranayama, do a little deep breathing, and I'll be with you in a moment. And if we could plug it in just in case, just because the battery might be a little funky. don't think I'm getting any juice. That's on. You have my presentation on on your central system, but I'm hoping I won't be able to do my demonstration. I don't. Mitchell Rabin PowerPoint, GlobalBEM PowerPoint. Yeah, but this would be a disaster if this. I won't be able to do the demonstration if I can't get this booted up. No, it's really this side. See, this light usually comes on when the juice is coming from. Oh, yeah. See, it's just flashing a wee little bit. Oh, that's good. Of course, the battery should pick up after that. Okay, sure. Okay. Technical difficulties at a technical conference. It looks like it's now coming up. Yes, I am grateful to hear. Okay. Friends in the back. Oh, good. All right. Progress is being made. Okay. Ah, I see. Got it. Okay. Okay. That's probably just perfect, right? That is actually, did you see that? That little note that said, "Not now, darling"? Yeah. That's probably a very good way to start this talk, because this talk, unlike many of the others that you have heard today, yesterday, and the day before, is not really a technological talk. I am not a techie. I am a holistic psychotherapist, as Regina said, and acupuncturist. So there's some technical aspects of that, but I won't be talking about zero-point energy. I won't be talking about vacuums. I won't be talking about the new energy in that kind of exact way. I'm really going to be speaking about us, human beings that are in the middle of and generating this kind of technology in service to us. So it happens that you can tell by at least some of my professions, because I'm a Renaissance man. When Regina and I were going over how to frame this, we realized that I've got my hands in, and my schooling has been around so many subjects, and that, in fact, was the way human beings got educated on this planet. You know, in Europe, in the United States, until the era of specialization took us all by the throats. And now if you're not a specialist, you know, you don't rank. But in fact, this new wave of holistic thinking is becoming more and more important. And people are recognizing the interconnectedness of all things. And I'll go over that a little bit here. And in our gut, in our heart, in our soul, we know that we are all connected, and we know that we are connected to everything on this planet, and we even know that we're connected to everything in this universe. So we'll get to that. But I wanted to make a point that we're dealing with a subject here today, very much like Fernando Vosa, who's another person involved in energy medicine and healing. And if we really want to look at the subject, I think, of new technologies, looking at it very much from the human point of view is so very important. Don't you think? Can we hear it from humanity? Can I do what? Can you show me how? So as a result of all of that, I do need a little technical help. Oh, nice. Oh, great. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So, welcome, everyone. Glad that you're all here. I feel like at this point I am among a wonderful group of friends who have been here day after day, absorbing all of this incredible information. As you know, I've been one of the co-moderators of the panel in the evenings, and we've had a huge rush of dynamic energy, of people being involved, and please hear me out and hear me, and everybody is really tuned in to the energy of this conference. And I just am so happy to be here. This is my second year. Last year I was the MC, actually, out in Holland, and it looks like we're going to be doing these year after year here in Boulder, because Boulder has a consciousness that the rest of our world doesn't have. So, we asked the question, why are we gathered? What are we all doing here? This, by the way, is going to be experiential. So get ready to feel your hearts along with your minds. To protect this. And this. and these, and these. See beautiful or what? And her, and her family, and them, and them, right? And them too. Until collective consciousness acts as a unity to protect, mature, and evolve, those of us who feel called must protect sentient life and help others heal, see, and awaken to these sacred acts of stewardship. Evolution has brought us from Homo homunculus to what appears now, based on the way so many humans treat the earth and our mother and each other, to Homo ridiculus. Do you know him? Sound familiar? That's right, exactly. What's next? Could it be Homo superintelligens and holisticus? I'm looking to the future. All right. As my dear friend Sasha Stone asked us to take a little blue pill and a little green pill over the last couple of nights of the panels, so here's a tiny pill of each. We are losing forest land at a rate of 375 kilometers squared each day, more than the total area of New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, and Delaware combined. That's almost a third of our country. The world has already lost 80% of its original forests. 1.1 billion acres of tropical forest were cleared in just 30 years between 1960 and 1990. Brazil lost 91.4 million acres of its tropical forest between 1980 and 1990. This is almost the total area of North and South Dakota combined. At the world's current rates, 5 to 10% of tropical forest species will become extinct every decade. And just a few notes on fisheries. 75% of all the fish stocks in the world are already either exploited or overexploited or barely recovering. 27% of coral reefs have already been, and 70% of Earth's coral reefs will cease to exist within the next 40 years. Mind you, all scuba divers. The world has lost half of its coastal wetlands, including mangrove swamps and salt marshes. In the next 30 years, as many as 1/5 of all species alive today will become extinct. 23% of all mammals and 12% of all bird species were considered threatened in 2003. Make no mistake, says Andrew Steer, president of the World Resources Institute, the underlying science of climate change is settled. The latest report that just came out actually 2 weeks ago from the United Nations confirms our overwhelming understanding that climate change is here and it's advancing even faster than we realized. Human activities are at the core of it. And that's why I wanted to speak with you all today about that human activity and what generates it. So, look at this. We put men on the moon, we travel to Mars. Our human potential and consciousness is awesome. The imagination absolutely infinite. Applied to here now, what do we want to create here on Earth? This? Or might you prefer these? Eco-friendly cities of the future. They look kind of cool, don't they? Or eco-friendly homes of the future, merging and melding with the environment. That's funny. Ralph Ring was here with us last year. Couldn't make it this year. This is a human story, my friends. So far, it's been a story of some achievement along with great destruction. We can rewrite this and create a story to be proud of about human potential, of possibility, and our evolving compassion, love, and creative consciousness. When constructive imagination runs wild, what can happen? Aren't those great shots of these guys? Okay. As this is an energy conference, I want, for practical purposes, to divide energy into our inner energy and our outer energy. The inner energy system I like to refer to as inner ecology. After all, it really is an entire ecosystem in itself. Outer ecology, of course, we're dealing with all the time. What with everything else, basically, that's being discussed here. How can we relate to the needs that we've developed as a result of an electrical tribe at this point? It's really fabulous that we have electricity, but how do we generate it? And, of course, who's getting paid for it, and all of those economic and political considerations. But first here, in order to really get conscious of ourselves, we really want to take a look at our own inner ecology, this force field in itself, because it's this force field right here that is generating everything, including, by the way, all of the problems and the challenges that we see that we are facing right now. All of the issues that with the systems and the governments and all of the restrictions that we feel, the so-called enslavement that Michael Tellinger was talking about earlier, all of this is somehow or another being self-created because we get to actually choose and frame and shape our reality. This actually is very good news. So what we decide to think and what we decide to feel and what we decide to say and what we decide to do is utterly the thing that determines what happens outside of us. So if we're not dealing with our inner ecology, our inner energy field, with that of our thoughts and our emotions, we're going to get much of the same as we've had before. So what is the game? I mean, Freud was trying to show us, Jung was trying to show us, we need to get aware of our subconscious mind, bring it up to the surface, make it conscious, and then we're in a position of choice. So really, is this old news? Yeah, it's old news. How many of us are actually taking the opportunity to do that inner work? Because that's really, from my point of view, that's really what this game is about. This whole game on planet Earth is about doing our own inner work. And from my point of view, the very first slide, by the way, I really appreciate your bearing with me. This is my first PowerPoint slideshow I ever put together. Do you like it so far? Okay. How I toiled to learn the system. You know? Forget about it, as they say in Brooklyn. Anyway, the game really is this very human game. It's a very human game, and it's the one that we want to engage ourselves and others and those we love and those we work with in. It's a question and it's a discussion, conversation about integrity, about personal honor, about personal dignity, and how we show up in the world. I'll get to some of that a little later. But the first thing I want to do is give you an example of some of the technical advances actually taking place in the domain of working with our energy fields, because it's actually awesome. I have a dear friend and colleague in New York City, a chiropractor, who offered herself to us all in a certain way. to, let me see if I can, oopsie daisy. Oh yes, I'll have to get there too. Okay, why don't I run through this first? As I was saying, energy technologies. You know, the word technology comes from the ancient Greek techne, which means to craft, or it means to cultivate a skill. That's where the word, of course, techne and then logos, the word, and to make real, essentially, because we know in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was made flesh, right? So we're always coming back to how we language our reality. How do we speak our reality into existence? Please, come have a seat. And so when we kind of get a handle on this psychophysical reality, the material, spiritual connection, the mind-body connection, everything changes, because we realize that with every single thought that we have a corresponding biochemical and biohormonal profile. So, knowing that is incredibly empowering. I'm doing a little meandering because that's what rivers do. There are no straight lines here. So I'm following nature, just so, you with me? Can we do that together? Can we swim together? Okay. So when we realize this awesome connection that we were taught doesn't actually exist because the body is a machine and you put things in and you get things out and that's the way you heal, then, I mean, modern medicine doesn't even use the word heal, and they surely shouldn't use the word cure. But you go to the doctor anyway and he gives you some pills and you go home. You know what I actually think helps most, way more than the pills that he or she gives, is hope. There's hope in them, their pills. And that hope, and we have proven this, takes the entire psychosomatic organism and it ups it so that its immune system is working better because of that biochemical profile that follows every thought. And if it's a thought about hope, our body starts to smile, our cells literally smile. The cortisol levels that might be present in our organ, in our tissue, in our bloodstream tends to go down. And cortisol is essentially a toxin that's really great when you're in the forest and you're being chased by a tiger. But other than that, there's not a whole lot of use for it in today's age, you know, unless you live in certain parts of New York City. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. New York is interestingly one of the safest places around, really. But we interestingly experience fear all the time about the silliest of things. You know, we're going to meet a new person. Well, what the hell are we scared of? But somehow, interestingly, our psyche is programmed to experience a bit of anxiety and a bit of fear. But there's another bit of good news here. The nervous system doesn't really know the difference between fear and it's a little tingling that happens in the nervous system. It's our mind that interprets it as something anxiety-producing or something exciting. Interesting. But the chemistry of it is the same. So that just continues to put us into the position of interpretation of what our experience is, and therefore really what our reality is. So it's really interesting for us all as a collective to kind of tune into this idea that we're constantly, moment to moment, creating our reality. It seems like it was already set like in a package with a ribbon on it, and we just walked in and, oh, isn't this cool? Well, not so cool. Well, often cool, you know, but it's not just like that. It's that we've been given this awesome gift to create this reality moment to moment. And when we look around at some of the subjects that we're dealing with in this conference, we're looking at a lot of situations in which people have been incredibly inventive, amazingly creative, and then when they go to bring it out into the world, they run into certain, let's say, obstacles, okay? But I want to deconstruct that whole obstacle moment that some people, some of the time, have encountered. And I would like to just kind of put this all on a statistical sheet for a moment, like a spreadsheet. And it's not because I'm a statistician, but I think if we look at the number of breakthroughs that have come out in the world, God, I've never even said this, relative to the ones that have been suppressed, I think that we will see that the number one, those that have been suppressed are really a small fraction of what have actually gone out into the world. I mean, honestly, you could say, how threatening is this? But the iPhone, for one. Cell phones, awesome technology. Do you know what happened to the man who discovered refrigeration? Does anybody know that story? It's kind of awesome, actually. This is on the other side of that ledger. But at that time, everybody would use ice as the means of keeping their food cool to preserve. And so the Iceman cometh, the famous play. Ice would be dropped off just like milk at your front door, and you would use ice to keep your meat and everything cool. Well, one man started playing around with Freon, and through so doing, he found out that he was able to keep things cool in, electrically, basically, and through the use of Freon. And so he went, hey, look, this is a great idea. Well, guess who didn't like that idea? The Icemen didn't like that idea. So, in fact, they found a way to get him arrested and all of that. He didn't have a license for making refrigerators or something. But, so clearly we have a history of that kind of thing. But on the larger chart, I mean, even the computer, what went from these mammoth computers to the personal computer, that was, as many of you remember, a huge change in our lives when we could have a computer that was only being used by governments and by states and by large corporations sitting on our own desk at home. So on and on and on. I mean, we have an awesome history of breakthrough technologies that have actually come to the foreground. And we could discuss why they got there and others did not. That's a good and important discussion. But I just want to encourage you all to have a lot of hope around this. After all, I just gave you a little bit of a taste of what hope is about physiologically. It really lowers the cortisol levels, and it brings forward the neurotransmitters that help to support joy and bliss. And you can really ask a lot of people who know a lot about nutrition and physiology and things like meditation, some Buddhist and Taoist practitioners that I've studied with over the course of years. It's really interesting because what they say, as well as yogis, of course, is that our true natural state is bliss. Our true natural state is joy. And if you look at yourselves and you look at your life and you wake up in the morning and you look outside and you see beauty and you just feel this kind of unsuppressible feeling of happiness and joy just to be alive, this is the kind of space I feel we need to cultivate and to spend a lot of time with. And inside that, of course, inside that little beautiful gift is gratitude. When we're in a state of these sorts, our mental state, everything becomes even, and our blood flow runs more smoothly. Everything works. The organs work. So you could say that to be kind to others, to be loving to others, is a gift right back to yourself. I mean, I don't know who set this whole thing up, but I just know it's a miracle, When you really look at it, the happier you are, the happier the people sitting right next to you. Look, I see guys yawning right next to you. You have to smile more. No, you see that it's so interesting because we're all part of a field. And since we're all part of a field, and the more that we can expand that field, the more good quality we can have, the better well-being we can have. Why do we want to hang out with happy people? We want to hang out because we know that we feel happier when we're with happy people. So I'm going to talk about that in a little bit, about how we can be happy around the people who are making decisions to suppress one technology that we happen to be in favor of. Okay? So just keep that under your hat for a moment while we, this is the teacher of my Tai Chi teachers, Professor Ching-Man Ching, who is largely responsible for bringing Taiji Chuan to the West, both to Europe and to the United States. And I have learned so much. And as we see here, every single culture on the planet has its own idea of our inner life, our inner energy field. Breath, of course, we have in English. Qi from the Chinese, Ki in Japanese. Prana from Sanskrit and Shakti. Ka from the ancient Egyptians. Ruach from the Hebrew. Elan vital from the French. Internal power and spirit. We all know what is the difference between a person alive and a corpse. You know, one is lying down. Well, we lie down, but what's the difference? Yeah, right. It's that spirit. The terrain of inner ecology. Pranayama, of course, the ancient art and science of breathing. Art and science were wedded back then, before we had this decentralized, specialized idea of things being separate and apart, like science and spirituality. What a bizarre idea. For thousands of years, the study of consciousness, the study of spirituality, was a science. They talk about the science of yoga. It is a science. Taiji Chuan is based on physics. It's just a physics we don't know much about. Tantra, my God. You want to feel alive and get in touch with your energy field? Just contemplate that picture for a while. That's a fun one, though, isn't it? I love that. Talk about au natural, right? And this, of course, is Alex Gray, his beautiful imagery. Do you all know Alex Gray? Okay, exactly. He's beautiful. Let's have a hand for Alex Gray. Give him a little... Yeah. He's a great guy. I know him in New York for many years. Just a funny little comment that the terrain of inner ecology, pranayama, tantra, and all those just mentioned, can be massaged into inner alchemy, meditation, artistry, self-mastery, PSI and ESP skills, energy healing, energy medicine, the inner art of archery, the inner game of tennis, which I like to play, transformed into anything and everything. That's our lives, folks, right there. Our use of, our shaping, our inner energy field, which becomes outer because there's no real difference. It's just a matter of relative degree from our inner to become our outer. As we know, all manifestation begins with a thought, and then we empower that thought with some feeling, con gusto, some passion. It starts to materialize. All the great people here in this room now, all of the inventors, all the artists start with an idea, and that, like a seed, begins to develop and cultivate and germinate into action if you follow the thread. Okay. A demonstration. Yes, a demonstration. Okay, good. So we'll put this on hold. We'll grab my magnifiers or whoever these belong to. There are a few of them up here. I think those were Garrett's. Okay. See, this is a technology I'm very happy about. Are we having fun? Yeah. Good. You two are especially having fun. I think everybody wants to be laughing as much as you. Okay, now, let's see. Did I do this correctly? Oh, here we go, yes. Stephanie, why are you calling me now on Skype? Have any of you heard of the life system? With a show of hands? One? Wow, great. Fabulous. Okay, that's so interesting. So this is going to be a new experience for you. There's a really interesting thing that has developed over the past 30 or so years. It's actually been going for a long time, but it really took a quantum leap forward approximately 30 years ago. Don't memorize my password now. Okay. That's why we need electrical cars. Right? Okay. A really interesting thing has developed over the past many years. Let's see. Just bear with me for one moment. Okay. Let's do this by last name. Okay, got it. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm doing. This is a feedback system, and biofeedback system, and boy, they have come such a far way from where they began when they were being used in hospitals, by the way, for heart patients, stroke patients, and the like, to help get them retrain their body and mind to return to a state of equilibrium. Everybody's heard of biofeedback, of course, that's for sure. Well, they have really, as I said before, taken a quantum leap in their ability to read the energy field. And that's what this really is. This is a form of energy medicine. It's way cool. Nobody understands fully how it works, but could someone go and find out what's going on out there? Because that's also going to affect the tape. Mitch, that'd be great. It's free energy. It's loud free energy. So biofeedback has taken this leap, and you saw that it was prompting me for a circuit box, which I didn't bring, which is essentially a harness that hooks a client up to their wrists, their ankles, and their head, and it essentially reads the nervous system. But you all are going to appreciate this. I can read her nervous system purely from her name, her address, her date of birth. Everything has an energetic signature, and those of you who might be familiar with radionics, anybody with radionics? Yeah, okay, good. Those of you know that we can take a sample of hair, of saliva, of cutting from a nail. That's all we need. We don't even need that. We can just write the person's name down on a piece of paper and put it in the well. Talk about connectedness. That's how we completely transcend the usual concept of the time-space reality. Just cut right through, because we're all here right now, all the time. There's some representation of us in the field, and that's what's going on here right now. I have taken Dr. Rona Allen, and with her permission, by the way, and I've dropped her into the well, so to speak, and I'm going to show you, to give you a kind of a living experience of what this is, of where technology is taking us in the energy medicine field, what it looks like once this comes up here. But this is awesome because this is being used, and there are many other systems like this. By no means this is the only one. This is just one that I happen to have tested in beta back in 2003 or so, when it was first coming up. This is frequency medicine. Here is a list of almost 7,000 frequencies that are built into the system. And here, I'm going to just go to this one sort of generic test. And it's this simple. Right now, Dr. Allen is probably in New Jersey. And this, through her name, is testing her whole energy field / nervous system. Here we are in Boulder, Colorado. It's running through each of these. It's sending what we call a probe into her field, and it's going to come back with what we call a stress potential. And it will read her, there we go. And it reads her stress potential. So even though there are medical terms, it doesn't mean that she has the disease as such, as some sort of nominalization. That's not the way it works. First of all, it's much more empowering to think of any disease, if you're going to think of them at all, which I would encourage you not to bother doing very much, to think of them as verbs anyway, that there's something, sort of an action that may be happening in your body-mind system for a period of time. It began at a certain time, it's happening, and then it will end at a certain time. Isn't that a much more real perspective than you have this? And first of all, who was saying this morning that nothing is solid? Who was making that point this morning? Somebody was making the point, one of the speakers. But in fact, we know, I'm very heavily wired here, we know that nothing is solid anyway. In reality, we know everything is atomic and molecular, and everything is really an oscillating wave. Even though we appear as one thing, we're really another. We're really that river, we're really a stream, we're really an energy field of a whole lot of activity going on in every single little cell, and then every single molecule, and every single atom. And whenever we take a look at an atom, except for under that one microscope that Steve Ross showed us the other day, which aren't any in use right now, but even that, we would see that there is a field phenomenon, an oscillating wave phenomenon of every single atom. And it's curious that the studies that have been done in that way, that when we look through a microscope at an atom as best we can, what we see is wave activity more than we see some kind of, nothing static, but even just a particle. So they've come up with a new word, because that was difficult for them, which is called a wavicle, which I'm sure you all know. So take a look, going back to this. What do we see? Out of 100%, which is just a starting point, we see that there's actually not much going on in a serious imbalance with her by looking at this. Anything that's over 70 or 75 is something that we would kind of focus in on and really take a look at, but as a practitioner. But if we look here, there's nothing above 70. We have, 68 for bone, we have 51 for fungus, and 47 for stress. She must be meditating or something. But that's the kind of information that we glean from looking at this kind of thing. Now, because most of my work is, well, first I'll go into one of the reasons I gave up using needles in my acupuncture practice is because I could just hit a button, and with hitting a button I could test all 12 meridians in, well, this will probably take about 30 to 40 seconds. You can see it happening right now. It's sending those probes out to her energy field as we speak and testing her. And it will give us a lineup of what's going on. Interesting. So again, we see that she is really quite well balanced, and we can infer that, we glean that from the fact that there's nothing even at 70, at least so far. So we see the gallbladder meridian is at 66. We see triple warmer, which is the 3 heating systems according to the Chinese, is at 49, below 50. And we see the heart meridian is also just sweet. But it suggests that if there's any sort of little perturbation in her field, those are the ones to be kind of looking out for. But there's really no perturbation. However, in a moment, I can go like that, and I am going to send my dear friend some frequencies, because this is energy medicine. So just like in radionics, where you receive frequencies to measure and diagnose, or we prefer to say energetically assess, here we can then send frequencies also, so the person receives a balancing frequency. Take an example of, let's say that a stress potential shows up as a -4. The software is calibrated to send a +4, so she can be a big fat 0. You didn't know that you wanted to really be that in life, did you? A big fat 0? Yeah. So this is now, as you can see, it takes 1 minute, and you can alter that. And it divides 1 minute into 20 seconds per system, and it sends that. Now, having spent a lot of time in my professional life, and still do, as a holistic transpersonal psychotherapist, I use this tool in my work with people a lot. I actually do a lot of work with couples and families. I like working with systems. Look at this. This is looking at emotional stress. And I want to say that when we're dealing with inner ecology, and then we're going to make that bridge into outer ecology, this is where everything lives. Everything lives in the space of our psycho-emotional feeling, experience, and interpretation of things. When we say we really like that person, or we say, I don't really want to be with that person, all of those little instant interactions have to do with our emotional health. Now, since being here, I heard a few stories about people who are gung-ho about bringing their energy technologies into the marketplace. Somebody is working and they came up with an amazing invention and they want to bring it forward, but then their partner turns around and can't be found. But just when they're about to get to the marketplace. And, as Michael Tellinger was talking about money as the evil, well, I personally don't say that it's money that is. I say that we are not really evolved enough and mature enough, typically, with exceptions all over, by the way, to handle money consciously and maturely. So as a result, these kinds of breakdowns where there was harmony begins to fall apart, to disintegrate, because there's a lack of integrity. So when you don't have integrity, you get disintegrity. So that's why I feel that a lot of my work in this whole field of breakthrough technology, while on one hand it has to do with bringing these kinds of things to the foreground. Let me run this while I'm speaking to you. Oh no, go there. While it's so important that these technologies get out and we move away from the use of fossil fuels and anything that will be greatly methane producing, and we can get to a place of using ambient energy, of using vacuum energy, of using solar, wind, geothermal, and hydro power. And I'm working on these projects. I know they're viable. We're reaching in. If some of you were here in the last few days for the panels, I'm involved in projects that are bringing these kinds of technologies to places like Africa, where 80% approximately of the people live in their villages without the use of electricity. The women have to walk miles a day with water on their head, oftentimes contaminated, to bring back to their family, to bathe and drink what is oftentimes contaminated water. So all of these technologies are very useful. So our ability to be emotionally mature and interface with those aspects of our systems life, our governments, other corporations that might have other ideas about the use of technology. We need to be so attuned and so inwardly together that we can deal with these what might first appear as obstacles. But by the end of this talk, which is coming up in a few minutes, I want you to get a sense that we can all be so empowered that we can go beyond what appear as obstacles. And we will take what appear as mountains and turn them into molehills. Do you like that idea?
Yeah.
Okay, is that powerful? I'm telling you, that's where we need to go. Because without that, we'll be mowed down. We become victim instead of leader and master. Let's just take a look at Rona. Let's just take a look at some of the things that populate our collective subconscious mind. Long-lasting grief. And so this is her, but we all have aspects of this because we are all one. Anxiety, lack of grit, suppression of important news, shock, reservedness, easily influenced, inability to perform, persistence, apprehension, daydream. Anyway, it's a list of like 500 things. And I'm going to, out of kindness to her, send her the frequencies that will help to bring her into a greater sense of proportion and balance. Is that cool? That's what's happening right now. It's going through each one and sending the frequency for that, for those aspects of her psycho-emotional field. So the fact is, we can do this ourselves. We can do this through meditation, through contemplation, becoming inwardly aware of taking the hand of someone we love and getting a sense of that love and sense of connectedness. All of this is healing. And in fact, that's very healing. I'm big on love. I think it's the real glue of the universe. You know, beyond photons. I think love is the stuff. And as a part of love is compassion. So it may sound funny, but the people who have the gazillions of dollars, they have a tough job. They have the job of having first earned all this money, or at least received it, let's say, and then they have to have another job of managing all that money. And they're scared. And they have a lot of fear running through their body, because if they put it in the wrong places, it'll get stolen. And then they won't have it to be in control. So being in that position, I'm saying to you, has a lot of vulnerability in it. And I think that we have to be really careful how we language and conceive of the issues involved in this. Now I'm going to go back to the PowerPoint, see if I have anything on this. I do. Good. Be really concerned about the way we frame the issues involved in bringing these technologies out in our lives. That we want to be so conscious of how we think of things, how we represent them first in our mind, and then how we speak them into the world. So if we go with an attitude of love, of respect, of compassion, and then we pepper that and spice it up with a lot of humor, there is nobody that cannot and will not ultimately respond. That was a big sentence. Thank you. Look at these beautiful pictures. Look, Linda. Look, see how you feel when you see all these hands touching. Doesn't it just feel good? Look, admittedly, I am an old hippie, and it has not left my blood, and it never will. But, oh dear. Here, we have a little issue. Okay, so, inner harmony, which is what we're talking about, right? Creating this proper proportion and balance internally, which can then get projected and radiated out to the world. Fractally speaking, because everything's in fractal relationship with everything else, leads to outer harmony, of course. When we are happy, we beget happiness in our relationships, our family, our community, and business. We are less inclined to harm and to destroy. The probability for creating a sustainable society is increased from the personal to the transpersonal to the planetary. Look at how happy they are. Do you see that? That's possible for all of us. A lot. Okay. No picture here. Now I'm going to move just for a moment into outer ecology. And one of the real main points I want to make to this group. The conversation about the use of energy is changing. It's not just changing among us, we who have that vital desire to transform the world and do it our way. You know, we know, let's be honest, we all want things to go our way. And we have certain ideas about what that would look like. That's a dream, and we should nurture that. But I also want to say that in the outers, we're a bubble. We're a form of bubble. I live in a bubble in New York City, so I know. It's sort of an intelligentsia after a fashion, you know. The rest of the world doesn't quite operate, or country, the way we do. But just to say, the overall conversation is changing. People are seeing the ills of oil. They are seeing what this kind of lifestyle has brought us. Many of us who have cars around here know it, feel the pain of it every time we go to fill up on gas. You know, and you watch the prices go up and down and inside and out. You go, this is crazy. I'm completely dependent on others. Well, the conversation is changing so profoundly. And this is a very important thing. That it's becoming, I'm saying, and my saying is going to make it a reality. And the more of us who say it is going to make it a reality. Things are changing, folks. The times, as Bob Dylan said, they are a-changing. And the more we think that, the more we feel that, the more we live out of that space of change, the more and easier it will happen. So, I mean, that's ultimately the main point I want to make. And here are a few examples of that. Walmart, the biggest employer of the world, is now going green. Actually, honestly, they've been doing this for some 20 years. And one of your Boulderians, Hunter Lovins, who wrote Climate Capitalism, I had on my radio show a couple of years ago. She is holding their hands and helping them switch to green thinking, energy efficiency, to the point that now Walmart will not even have vendors who are not meeting certain very specific and rather rigorous criteria to be a vendor to Walmart. Is that cool? Very cool. That is cool. I'm not saying we should applaud for Walmart right now, don't get me wrong, but I do want to say that I want to give credit where credit is due, okay? Smart companies now recognize that wasteful energy use and high carbon emissions are a high risk, and they are changing their thinking and policies. The Wall Street Journal reported that Swiss Re, the second largest reinsurance firm, is considering denying coverage to companies that decided aren't managing their output of greenhouse gases. Okay, I want you to really get, you know, the profundity of what is happening. So when we say, oh, those capitalist pigs, you know, they don't care about the earth at all. Well, you know, even if they don't care about the earth the way we may, they care about the bottom line. And being environmentally attuned and sensitive and responsible is way more profitable. I've been saying that for 30 years. It's sort of old news, but I have to move along because we're almost out of time here. But I'm saying, let's gain perspective. We have so far to go in our digestion of who we are and what is possible from us that we kind of have to get on with it. Because look, there's a huge universe out there that is just waiting for us. And at a moment like this, I can't help but quote Bucky Fuller. Is this beautiful? The best way to predict the future is to design it. And you never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. And I leave you. I leave you with this last thing. Okay? Thank you very much. It's so appreciated.
Thank you, Mitchell. You just opened up a whole bunch of worthy conversations we need to continue into next year. Thank you. Hey, it's been a fabulous day of presentations, and we still have Foster Gamble coming up, so take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back at 3:45, about 15, 20-minute break.
I don't have to tell you things are bad. Everybody knows things are bad. It's a depression. Everybody's out of work or scared of losing their job. The dollar buys a nickel's worth. Banks are going bust. Shopkeepers keep a gun under the counter. Punks are running wild in the street, and there's nobody anywhere who seems to know what to do, and there's no end to it. We know the air is unfit to breathe, and our food is unfit to eat. We sit watching our TVs while some local newscaster tells us that today we had 15 homicides and 63 violent crimes, as if that's the way it's supposed to be. We know things are bad, worse than bad. They're crazy. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller, and all we say is, please, at least leave us alone in our living rooms. Let me have my toaster and my TV and my steel-belted radios, and I won't say anything. Just leave us alone. Well, I'm not going to leave you alone. I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crime in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value. So, I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore. I want you to get up right now. Get up, go to your windows, open them, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore. Things have got to change.
How many stations does this go out?
You've got to get mad.
67. I know it goes to Louisville and Atlanta.
I'm not going to take this anymore. Then we'll figure out what to do about the depression and the inflation and the oil crisis. But first, get up out of your chairs, open the window, stick your head out and yell, and say, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Who are you talking to, Herb?
CGG, Atlanta.
Are they yelling in Atlanta, Herb?
Are they yelling in Atlanta, Ted?
But first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
They're yelling in Baton Rouge.
Get up, get up, get up out of your...
Son of a bitch! We struck the mother lode!
Stick your head out of the window, open it, and stick your head out and keep yelling and yell, I'm as mad as hell. I'm not going to take this anymore. Just get up from your chairs right now. Go to
Where
the
you
window.
going? I want to see if anybody's
Just go
yelling.
to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell and keep yelling. I'm mad as hell! I'm not going to take this anymore!
I'm mad as hell! I'm not going to take it anymore!
I'm mad as hell! I'm not going to take it anymore!
I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to
I'm not going to take it anymore!
I'm
I'm
not
mad
going
as
to
hell!
I'm mad as hell! I'm mad as hell! I'm not going to take this anymore!
Oh my God, truer words were never spoken. That's why I got out of that industry. I wanted to say things like that, but they wouldn't let me. So here I am. Everybody knows our next guest, a producer along with his amazing wife, Kimberly, and host of the film Thrive, Foster Gamble. As a sensitive being who looked at the legacy of his family's business, the products which entered virtually every American home and far beyond, Procter & Gamble, Foster came to understand that the production of these household and personal products had deep implications for the planet's ecology. This realization took Foster onto a path of discovery that is endless. Ultimately, he amassed enough knowledge and connections to launch the Thrive movie and internet platform for global connection and change. Today, he speaks about our need to come together in a new, more generous and more collaborative way for the emergence of the new energy movement and all of its needs and complexities. Please welcome Foster Gamble.
That is a tough act to follow. Oh man, I am so honored to get to do this with this group. I love having my mind blown. You probably know that. And these last few days have been a really rich experience of having my mind continually blown by as amazing a collection of people as I have ever come across. And I am privileged to get to be the one to stand up here right now. And I'll tell you, from the conversations I've been having, every single person in this room could be the one standing up here right now, and it would be awesome. I wish we had time for that. But that's what we're doing. That, with the internet and everything, that is what we're doing. So I want to start by, this will probably happen later too, but this can't happen too often. I want to start by sincerely thanking Jeroen and Maddie and Robert and the whole team for not only having this intention, but for having this perseverance. I mean, you're talking floods, we're talking rainstorms, windstorms, change of venues. So stand up a second. Let's hear it for those. And next, I want to send Kimberly's love to all of you. She's very sorry not to be here. And I just get moved talking about her. And obviously, I wouldn't be here if it weren't for her. The film, if I had made it, wouldn't have been nearly as good. It wouldn't have appealed to so many people because she brought that blessed, critical feminine energy in there and taught me how to speak about really challenging topics, dangerous topics, in a way that women would want to hear about it, and that young people would want to hear about it, and that people would trust it to pass on to their friends. And so I carry her with me everywhere I go, and she sends her love and thank you for what all of you are doing in the world and for sharing the Thrive movie the way so many of you have been doing. Thanks for that. So I want to, this is working. I want to give you a quick preview of what we're going to be talking about. The BEM crew has been very generous in giving me this time. I was delightfully surprised because I'm usually short on time in a talk like this. For those of you who might have been confused, some people thought I was going to give the same lecture and then an hour later give it again. That's not going to happen. So we're just going to keep going. I'm going to cover what I think is most vital for right now for this group. And then I hope to have some time for interaction, because that's the part I enjoy most. And with this amount of time, it's too long for you to sit and just listen to one talking head. So we'll just dance with all that. So let me give you a quick preview of what I want to cover. First, I want to talk about the human relationship, and in particular, my relationship to energy and power. And then I want to talk about the relationship of the Thrive movement to new energy. I've got a lot of exciting updates for you on that. And then I want to put the whole thing in the context of our global predicament that makes it a lot more challenging at times, and yet is at the same time teaching us exactly what we need to learn to be powerful enough to bring all of this through at this unprecedented moment in history. And then I want to talk about solutions, because that's why we made the whole movie. And one of the main aspects of solutions is bringing whole energy access devices safely and successfully out into the world. Then I want to read a poem. Some of you have heard it before, but I was moved on an airplane flight once to the Extraordinary Technologies Conference in Albuquerque. I was just up at 30,000 feet and thinking about you, thinking especially about the inventors and what they go through. I've had the privilege to be involved in this field for 15 years and with mad scientists all my life. I might be one. I just kind of try to cover it up a little bit. And then we'll go into the Q&A. So let me talk a little bit about energy. Energy is who we are. It's what we need and are fighting over. It's what's used to control people. I think my conscious relationship with energy started in the experience that I illustrated in the Thrive movie when I was told by my teachers in elementary school to duck and cover. They turned the siren on. We were all supposed to imagine this nuclear war was imminent. And I was under the desk like that. And that was the moment. Well, it was actually probably the most traumatic moment of my childhood. I was blessed with fantastic parents. So my trauma came mostly from elsewhere. And so that's the moment when I decided, okay, these adults probably really don't know what they're doing here. So I'm really curious. And then I went off to a boarding school in the East Coast when I was 14. So I was kind of, alone and scared, and I really had this whole nuclear thing in mind. And it was right during the actual occurrence of the Bay of Pigs thing, and we were being informed about that. And it was as close as we've come, at least to the public knowledge, to nuclear war. And so I was carrying this a lot. And then I was in my bed one night, and all of a sudden I'm woken up to this siren is going, there's these bright lights are blinking through the window, and there's this deep growling sound. I'm like, oh no, this is it. We've done it. So literally I jumped out of bed, ran under my desk. And I'm thinking, no, this isn't going to work. What actually was happening, thank goodness, was that there was the first snowstorm of the year, and this snowplow was growling along the road outside my room. It had a siren and these lights going on. So it was a tremendous relief, but it also reminded me how easily that could be the real thing. So that was the same year that I had the vision that I described in the movie when I was riding on the school bus and looking out the window, and probably the light blinking through the trees helped put me in trance, and all of a sudden I'm looking at a full-blown atom with these electrons going around it. I'm like, whoa, that's interesting. I was studying atomic physics at that time, and before I get off into that, so then the atom transforms into this solar system with the sun at the center and these planets going around the outside. I'm like, oh, there's really a similarity in that pattern. And then the whole thing went into my body, and I just had this total kinesthetic sense that I was that pattern. And I estimate I'm like halfway in between in scale between this tiny little thing and this vast solar system. So that was the day that I got obsessed. And from that time on, it was like, you remember in Close Encounters in the Third Kind where this guy's building the mountain out of mashed potatoes? Well, after sports in the afternoons, I would go back up to the physics lab, and I was building something. And nobody knew what I was building, including me. But I was very intrigued with the refraction of light. So I took this great big flashlight, this light generator, this beam, and I started refracting it in glass blocks. And I just kept refracting it. And finally, what I ended up doing was taking it around in a complete loop until the light came in on itself. And I was like, ooh, maybe that's it. So I remember turning off the light and looking, and I was just in bliss. There was this floating torus of light in the physics lab. And I'm running around telling all my friends, this is it, this is it, this is what I've been building. And they're like, whoa, that's really cool. What is it? I said, I have no idea, but this is it. Now I'm beginning to understand what that was. And more importantly, I'm increasingly grateful for the inner guidance that was showing me that. because what I really get now, it was trying to teach me in every way that it could how we can relate to energy. What is energy? How is it dancing, and how can we dance with it instead of trying to blow it up or crush it or explode it or burn it or whatever. And so that's a lot of the quest that ended up leading me on my path. And it went from this whole nuclear fear to geometry. I became really preoccupied with how does nature build. And a friend introduced me to Arthur Young, Reflexive Universe, the Walter Russell, The Secret of Light, and who was the third? Oh, and Bucky Fuller, Synergetics. So when I would go on vacation, for years I would be sitting, on the beach or sitting on a mountaintop, backpacking or something like that, and I would be reading Synergetics. And didn't know why, but I was absolutely compelled to understand how nature builds and how nature moves. That led into the new physics, and from the new physics, I was led back into ancient cultures, and came across people like Graham Hancock and Michael Tellinger and Nassim Haramein and the others who are really tying the wisdom together across the ages. And then that led into extraterrestrials, because I had seen a UFO during college, but I had never actually encountered a being, and I was still very skeptical, even though that window never closed in my mind. But the evidence was piling up that not only are they here now, but they've been here for a long time, and I was curious about why. So let's move on to the power a little bit. I'm sure most of you know this quote from Tesla. Ere many generations pass, our machinery will be driven by a power obtainable at any point of the universe. It is a mere question of time when men will succeed in attaching their machinery to the very wheelwork of nature. Well, my studies for the last 3 or 4 decades have been into that wheelwork. So I had a strong sense when I came across this quote, oh, wow, he not only saw it, but he was figuring out how to access it. So I want to show you an animation that I created I worked for 2.5 years on a project called the Atomic Geometry Project. Those of you who've seen the movie know that I co-founded a think tank for about 3.5 years called the Sequoia Symposium, where we dealt with all sorts of scientists and mystics, near-death survivors, really trying to find the fundamental pattern and to try to verify whether or not the vector equilibrium has the structure and the torus has the flow were in fact fundamental. And it turned out that at every level, we had nuclear physicists there, we had chemists there, we had biologists, we had psychologists, we had astrophysicists. So they ended up all confirming that, yeah, at my level, those two seem to be the fundamental pattern. So then we got very excited about that and sat around and thought, that's great, now so what? And the so what was, how do we apply this knowledge? So we broke up into smaller teams, and one team went off and started writing physics papers. And those of you who know Nassim's work, that's what's come out of that, because he was at that conference. And then another team went off and started building new energy technologies. And I started a team that did this atomic geometry project. And basically our notion was if the vector equilibrium is the fundamental structure, the isotropic vector matrix as a field, if you know that term, and the torus is the fundamental pattern of sustainability, then the combination of those two must predict the periodic table of elements. And I mentioned this to some of my acquaintances who Stanford and MIT and those places. They said, no, forget it. It's all quantum foam. But this whole as above, so below thing is, seems pretty consistent. So I thought, okay, we're going in. So we developed 16 postulates and started building. I worked with especially a man named Robert Gray, who did all the mathematics in Bucky Fuller Synergetics. And he's fortunately a computer scientist, a physicist, and a geometer. So he and I would work together on postulating the geometries, and then he would build them. And the program would actually tell us whether or not it would fit. And I'll show you what I mean by fit, because there's when light is moving as a loop, as in an electron, apparently it's moving at the speed of light. And when you get a charge moving at the speed of light, you're going to get a magnetic field, depending on which direction. Polarity is going to depend on which direction it's rotating. So when you put those fields together, near each other, they're either going to draw each other or they're going to repel each other. So that became the gear mechanism for putting together all the 92 elements and all the 7 rows. Because we began with, okay, if torus is fundamental and hydrogen is fundamental, then hydrogen's a torus. And it turned out that when they do the quantum math on that, they draw it as a torus. And then helium is 2 toruses. And then from there on, it starts splitting, because instead of just being basically a double torus, it has to fit the next vector equilibrium. And that means it's building toward 8 electrons on the outside, which all of the noble gases have. So let me show you an illustration that we did. This is the argon. This is our model of the argon atom in pretty old software. GlobalBEM is here today. He's the one who did all the visual effects for Thrive. He's probably cringing at this, but this laid the groundwork for what he did. So what we've got here is, if you could follow it all the way into the center, you'd have a double torus. You'd have actually a single torus surrounded by a double torus, and then it jumps out to the first layer, and then it jumps out to the second layer. And this is the second layer. Neon would be the first one, argon would be the second one. So these are what we're postulating as the electrons in the outer shell, where it's basically a torus, but it's a torus, it's not a thing, it's just whirling energy. And each torus is connected with everything else, and it's connected with the center. So there's a vortex, there's a spiral vortex going all the way into the center in each of these. So we had to balance out, how can the energy go in and the energy come out without colliding? And then how can all of these fit? What are the proportions at every scale? And so I'll show it to you moving again. So each one of those tori is moving at the speed of light. And I don't know what speed the argon atom would be going at, but this is super fast. So what we were trying to do is say, okay, if you could fly down into an atom, what would it look like? And it ends up, you get a wheelworks. And basically those 16 postulates ended up predicting every single layer of the periodic table, where the number of protons and electrons is consistent according to these basic patterns, but also the patterns as you're building out between layers, where the vector equilibrium is the completeness. That's the noble gas. That's the inert elements. In between there, you have to go through these intermediate steps, and it's all simply the most efficient energy patterns, which end up being the Platonic solids. So with those kinds of postulates, we ended up illustrating the whole periodic table. So this, to me, is one way of looking at the wheelworks. So it didn't really surprise me, even though it continues to thrill me, that every single lab that I've ever visited that is successfully accessing new energy is in some way acknowledging or mimicking the toroidal pattern. Okay, raise your hand if you, I won't take this personally, but if you haven't seen Thrive, raise your hand. Okay, yeah, especially for those of you who haven't, but also for those of you who have, this might be a good review that we tried to cover as quickly as we could and still make it really entertaining and thorough. Basically the new energy predicament, the possibilities and the predicament that we're in. Volume.
Scientists as far back as the early 1900s have been developing alternative ways to access electricity without combustion. Nikola Tesla believed he had tapped into what he called radiant energy. Many scientists believe he was accessing what's now called free energy. But before Tesla could finish the project, his financier, banker J.P. Morgan, who had a monopoly on the copper used for electrical lines, recognized how Tesla's invention could transmit electricity without wires. He then shut down Tesla's funding. Tesla's lab was burned down and he was ostracized, all for trying to implement his vision of unlimited energy for everyone. A modern-day inventor, Adam Trombley, was inspired by Tesla's work and by the possibilities of the torus. Trombley built a dynamo, a direct current generator that accessed electrical power right out of the air.
We were trying to demonstrate that by mimicking the magnetic field of a planet and rotating this device, we could actually create a dynamo that would work. And in fact, it did work, and it does work. So when we contemplate nature, when we contemplate Jupiter, or we contemplate a dynamo like the Earth rotating in space, we're basically talking about a magnet which is rotating in space. And the lines of flux of the magnet are pouring down and through in this toroidal pattern of the magnetic field. It's also expanding, contracting. It's breathing. It's taking in the energy of space literally and transforming it. Right here in this toroid, we have enough energy to transform the entire Earth. And that's not just a theoretical statement, it's literally true. To contemplate the implications of this means that every single place on Earth suddenly has power. Every single person on Earth suddenly has power. We have universal abundance.
Trombley had been invited to demonstrate one of his generators at the United Nations and the U.S. Senate. But these events were undermined by the first Bush administration. Then the device itself was taken in a government raid. Trombley's experience isn't unique. Almost every time I found an inventor with a promising new technology in the field of free energy, he told a similar story of suppression. Inventor John Bedini began working with Tesla's theories of radiant energy decades ago and has produced an assortment of battery charging devices that generate more energy than it takes to run them. He announced that he was going to start offering them at low cost. Soon after that, he was attacked in his lab and warned not to produce the devices. For his own safety, he had to let go of marketing free energy. These are all devices from labs I personally visited.
Now.
Now, the quality of this footage is obviously poor, and I'm not expecting this to convince you. My point is that being there with these inventors, accompanied by experts, and seeing these new energy devices in operation convinced me that the technology is real. And the implications of that to me are absolutely thrilling. Canadian John Hutchison not only created some free energy batteries, but also used Tesla's theories to counter gravity, to make objects float. This could revolutionize the field of propulsion. His lab was raided and equipment was taken by police and government officials in 1978, 1989, and again in 2000. One of the scientists we were going to interview for this film was Dr. Eugene Malov, an engineer from MIT and Harvard, and editor of Infinite Energy magazine, which covers both theoretical and technological developments in the new energy field. Dr. Malov was mysteriously beaten to death in 2004. If these inventors were all hoaxers and charlatans, I wondered, why are they being suppressed so consistently and so brutally? I asked free energy inventor Adam Trombley why he thought this technology was being suppressed, and if the UFO phenomenon was related.
We've had major military people at great risk to themselves say, yes, these things are real. Why do you think the military-industrial complex doesn't want that statement to be made? Because you start thinking about what kind of technology is behind that. That's the bottom line. The suppression of UFO phenomena is hand in hand with the suppression of so-called free energy.
The energy is extracted from the fabric of the space around us, which means it cannot be metered. That is a direct threat to the single largest industry in the world, energy. It's goodbye ExxonMobil, goodbye oil, goodbye coal, goodbye linear transmission of electricity through power lines, all that gone. Unfortunately, it's someone's $200 trillion piggy bank. The proven oil and gas and coal reserves are worth north of $200 trillion. This information coming out would completely change geopolitical power more than anything since, well, in recorded human history. And it would happen in a generation.
I started to examine the breakthrough solutions, and much to my surprise, these concepts have been proven in hundreds of laboratories throughout the world, and yet they have not really seen the light of day.
Rather than smashing things together and trying to control the explosion, these new technologies rely on blending, of dancing with what naturally is. The common denominator of all the free energy devices I've seen is that they mimic, in one way or another, the torus energy shape. You don't have to believe in free energy technology to be concerned about the repression of ideas and inventions. I found myself thinking, what better way to justify our dependence on oil, coal, nuclear, and other dangerous and dirty technologies than to claim there are no better, cheaper alternatives? It was my beloved wife and creative partner, Kimberly, who kept bringing me back to the human implications of my scientific research.
For me, as intriguing as the torus and ETs and free energy are, the most compelling question was, would understanding these things really help alleviate human suffering in any way? And it turns out it can. So much of the pain on the planet has to do with the lack of access to energy. Can you stay warm? Can you get food and water? Can you get hospital care? All that has to do with energy access. If there is a fundamental pattern, which makes sense to me that evolution would be efficient in that way, and we can align with that pattern to create new technologies that will solve these problems, then it's worth it to me to open my mind to these socially taboo subjects.
If the new energy technologies were to be set free worldwide, the change would be profound. It would affect everybody. It would be applicable everywhere. These technologies are absolutely the most important thing that's happened in the history of the world.
Let's have a little shout out for Brian O'Leary. So as I looked at energy over the years, I saw the fusion and the fission. And I went to Princeton, where they've been doing that tokamak fiasco for several decades, spent billions and billions of dollars trying to crush atoms together. And I've got a great Alumni Weekly thing where they describe it, how they're really close. If all they need is a few more $1 billion, they're going to get it this time. But as they reach these higher temperatures, these electrons turn unruly and escape through the side of the steel barriers. I think there's a social lesson in there somewhere. So one of the things that I'm going to do today is try to share with you as best I can the bird's eye view of this movement that I am incredibly privileged to have, because when we put out the movie, a lot of brilliant inventors saw that Kimberly and I had done our homework and that we were committed to getting this out and that we were also willing to take some risks. So we have been contacted by probably 400 inventors now, about half of them in the new energy field, and the others in primarily water revitalization and purification, agriculture, health, and thank God now in decontamination. And so I've gotten a chance to see somewhat what's out there and to meet these amazing people. A bunch of you are in the room here who have had a chance to meet, and I'm really enjoying meeting more of you as time goes on. But the two of the things that I've noticed, I'm under non-disclosure with almost every project, so I can say very few specific things, but I can share some generalities that inspire me. And one of them was the commonality of the torus. Another is that a lot of these technologies, when they run their electricity into a traditional copper wire, the electricity runs cold. And when they go to charge a device, the device is charged much faster than usual without blowing out the device. And then the other one that I especially love is what the scientists have given a nice scientific male term called load following. But it's really the abundance of the universe blowing your mind. Because there are certain devices that I've had a chance to see where you plug in a drill, and you start running it, and that runs fine, and then you plug in a space heater or a lamp or something like that, and instead of grinding the electricity down, grinding that motor, that generator, whatever down, the device simply accommodates it. Just gives you more energy, so it actually lifts up instead of grinding down. So it's as if the universe were going, oh, you need some more? Here it is. Be careful, just take care of it. But as long as you're careful with it, as long as you're not violating it, we'll give you whatever you need. And that has been such a lesson for me. When the first real mind blower of my life was when I came across the nonviolent martial art of Aikido, because I had a deep inner sense that there must be a way to be powerful and to be gentle at the same time. And I had studied other martial arts, and I wasn't finding that. I learned a lot about defending myself, but usually at the cost of the other person. And Aikido was the first one to show me that there is a way. And of course, it's about recognizing your toroidal energy form, recognizing another person's toroidal energy form, and even if they're attacking you, humbly step out of the way, literally recreate their intention, therefore taking away any conflict, neutralizing the attack, and then resolve the conflict without injuring the person, either by immobilizing them or disengaging in them. And I ended up studying and teaching that art for 15 years because it was such a revelation to me. And it's informed everything that I've done since then. It's throughout the movie, even though we only mentioned it once, it informs everything. And so when I came across free energy, I wasn't surprised. I was delighted, but I've been looking for it because I figured that there must be a way where if you can recreate in the same way that if somebody's, if a kid's nagging you about something and you ignore them, they're just going to keep asking you. But if you turn around, look them in the eye, and actually answer their question honestly, that communication's gone, and then the communication goes to the next level. And it's the same thing in Aikido. If you get out of the way of somebody's attack, then both of your energy goes to the next level. And what I found with all these devices is that as long as you dance with it, the energy keeps going to the next level. And in the early days, I know that a lot of the inventors were making spheres or they were making cubes, basic building blocks of the universe type thing. And they tended to either fry or freeze because the system wasn't open. They were trying to contain it once again rather than have this torus which breathes with the universe, brings energy in, and lets energy out the other side. So I'm really fascinated with the whole phenomenon of load following. And I notice in my own life that if I kind of treat life like that, that life tends to much more give me, what I need. I personally am gravitating toward the devices which have to do mostly with resonance or rotation or geometry, spirals, vortexes, that type of thing. I'm checking out very actively, but more leery of the of any radiation technologies, including the leaner technologies. And it just moved me to tears 2 nights ago to see Mark Leclerc and to hear what he and his partner, his colleague, had gone through being around that device. So it's one of the things that I want to learn about. And those of you who have expertise in that, please educate me as we go forward in this, because even at the tiniest level, I think if we're cleaving or fusing, I think it's very risky. And I don't think we need to. And at least the devices I've seen that don't bother with that, it's got all the energy that we need. I want to say one more thing about the torus, which is these devices are not only going to get rid of pollution and get rid of carbon tax and get rid of smart meters and on in terms of the poverty, hunger, all of that. But they also change the paradigm. Because when you've got a device that you just can't argue with its accessing infinite abundance, it's a lot easier to go, oh, well, maybe we do live in a universe of infinite abundance as long as we dance harmoniously with it. So there's another level beyond that which is really important for me, which is the relationship of the torus form to consciousness. And for me, that's the greatest gem of all. And I think it has been as brutally suppressed as the devices throughout the centuries, because I think that there has been esoteric knowledge about the power of the torus in consciousness that those who would want to control other people's lives seized a hold of and then went about confusing people or hiding that knowledge or punishing people who came across it. The interesting part is I think that they then tried to use that technology but couldn't very effectively. That's why in a lot of the satanic things and so forth, you'll have these sacred geometries, but they're always inverted or they're twisted or there's something, because I think that the consciousness of trying to use that for control literally twists the experience. And the technology that I'm talking about in terms of consciousness, I'll give you a couple of examples. I had a very powerful experience, life-changing, at the Monroe Institute about 27 years ago. And for those of you who don't know about it, they've been exploring the beyond-the-body experience for now about 40 or 50 years. And they've got many teams of adepts who are incredibly good at it. And most of them got trained initially on this hemisync, which is this binaural beat. You listen to these headphones, and it has a different beat in each ear that sets up a beat frequency. And they can then adjust that beat frequency into the alpha range, into the theta range, whatever. And it is just conducive. It helps you get there quicker and synchronize the hemispheres of your brain. So I was having amazing experiences there. And then one night the trainers had been kind of joking with us, calling us tape junkies. And so I started to think, I wonder if I am a tape junkie. I wonder if I'm depending on this technology for the experiences that I was having. So after everyone else went to sleep, I went into my little soundproof, lightproof unit and did the inductions that they had taught us. And here's where the key of the technology comes in. There are many techniques and more advanced as you go along, but the fundamental one they always use is one you create what they call the reball, the resonant balloon. In your mind's eye, you create a torus around your body with the energy coming out the top, going around back through your feet and spiraling up. Their logo is a torus with a kind of an ephemeral body spiraling out of it. And then along with that, they would teach you to chant and to find your resonant tone. And while you were visualizing that, you would find your resonant tone. And when you were doing those two things, when you recreated the torus, the energy torus, that's already there, physically, emotionally, mentally, causally, etherically, and so forth. It's already there. We're just recreating it. So literally, when you recreate it, the energy moves to the next level. And it happens by creating the torus and then tuning the torus. And pretty soon they don't even really like the out-of-body term very much, because if you get out of your body, literally, completely, it's tough to get back in. It's called death. But but there's always this silver thread that is tied, they refer to it as, is tied to you. And then people who get very adept at it can do remarkable things. And as you learn to do it more and more, it settles your physical body. It helps to clear your emotions. It helps to clarify your mind. And then those go hand in hand with exploring new realms, and particularly altering your self-identity. You know, you go from this skin-encapsulated ego to, oh, this is pretty interesting, and then pretty soon you're the solar system, and then pretty soon you're the galaxy, and pretty soon there's no boundaries, but you still have a center. So when that happens, it tremendously liberates your consciousness. And at that point, you become a lot more difficult to control. You know, David Icke was talking about this a little bit this morning, too. And he's done a great job of reminding people that the very first and most important thing that we can do about this agenda to dominate us is liberate our own consciousness. And then from there, the sky's the limit. You can do it, whatever. And as you do, you end up finding like-minded people. And look at this. We're all over the world, we're finding each other. Am I hearing my guides? Anyway, just to complete that story, it turned out that I wasn't a tape junkie. I had just been served by the tapes. And when I did my own induction, I ended up having the most powerful energy experience that I had ever had up to that point, where pretty soon these just waves of energy were just going harmoniously up and down my body. And it was so ecstatic. I finally thought, okay, well, this is really cool, but once again, so what? You know, what do I want to do with this? So my first question to come to mind was, while I'm in this state, they had talked a lot about guides and guardian angels, and you know, I'm open to it, but I'd kind of had the thought that people use that as, you know, people to blame or people to get to do the stuff for you which you haven't done yourself or something like that. But they kept talking about them, and these are very sophisticated people in terms of consciousness and mind travel and so forth. So I thought, okay, if I have guides or guardian angels or whatever, if you're out there, I would really like a sign. Well, you got to be careful what you ask for, especially in that state. Like that, there were two luminous eggs of light, literally toruses of light, on either side of the bed I was lying on. And the warmth that was coming to me from these two light toruses was so powerful. It wasn't radiant heat. It was spiritual warmth. The tears just started streaming down my face. And I said, thank you. I will never have to ask again. But I still wasn't done. The night was young. So so I thought, okay, is there anything else I want to ask? I thought, yeah, I'd like to know what my purpose in life is. So I asked that question, and then the waves got more and more powerful. And pretty soon I was, Michael will enjoy this when we just talk about the pyramid this morning. I was suddenly in the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid. And I was next to the sarcophagus of it. I was sitting in a lotus position. And the energy started moving up my spine. And this was the first kind of Kundalini experience that I had had. But it got stronger and stronger. I don't know if I want to go on this side. And it blasted through my crown chakra. And it was the walls of the pyramid opened up. And I shot out through the top. Next thing I know, it was absolutely quiet and dark. And then I started looking around and I started making out stars. I thought, whoa, this is really interesting. And I looked down, and there's the Earth, this gorgeous little blue ball. And I thought, okay, that's really neat, but what does that have to do with my purpose? And then I heard this sound, just kind of, and I look up behind me, and there's this light beam coming toward me, and it filled my body, and then went through my body down to the Earth and connected with what I could now see as light grids all over the planet. And when I was complete with that experience, I realized there were no words involved, but that was my purpose. And if I had to put it into words, it would be that I am here to learn more and more how to thrive and to teach whatever I can to anyone who's interested. So the torus allows for those kinds of experiences on a consciousness level, not just a technology level. So we need to be aware of that suppression also and free that up. So let me talk for a moment about suppression. I think people are catching on more and more to what's going on, and I know that some very sophisticated people that I respect tremendously actually don't think that there's any suppression of free energy technologies. I think that that's dangerous, and I think it's usually a sign that they simply haven't done their homework sufficiently yet. And so for anyone who doesn't think that it has been going on, and it's particularly a poignant area for me because I've had friends killed and I've had friends disappear and I've had friends be threatened and gagged, ordered, and forbidden to do their life's passion. And so I'm very serious and sober about taking care of these inventors because the situation is changing, but it's certainly not safe yet. So for anybody who doesn't think it's going on, I recommend that you go to your search engine and just put in Tesla or Sweet or Inumada or Keeley, Farnsworth, Trombley, Searle, Pantone, Dollard, Tawari, De Palma, Langenberg, and the list unfortunately goes on and on and on. And then secondly, for those people who still think that a free energy device is not possible, I think the key thing is distinctions here, because free energy can be a very misleading term, as David Martin was pointing out the other day. We've got free air, but you still have to work to breathe it. You need a nose, and if you're out in space, you need some equipment. If you're underwater, you need some equipment. You got to do something to make sure that you're getting it, but it's infinitely abundant. And I think that free energy more accurately means it's not like free beer, it's like free air. And this morning, Dr. Moddel was talking a little about the distinctions of the second law of thermodynamics, and the key one for me is the system you're analyzing open or closed? Because as far as I know, second law of thermodynamics was fundamentally describing closed systems. And you can do a pretty sincere job of closing off a system, and you'll get that traditional behavior. I ultimately, as he was saying also, don't think that any system is closed, because every system is made up of molecules, which is made up of atoms, and they're completely open. So this whole notion of a solid thing needs to be inspected at a larger level. And then finally, if you have done any homework at a serious level on the ET presence on this planet, the evidence is so overwhelming. When you look at the data of people like Stephen Greer and Richard Dolan, who's here this weekend, it's virtually undeniable. Whether you've experienced it directly or not, when you have over 500 high-level military, government, and FAA people giving their witnesses, it's time to pay attention. So we need to protect these brave truth tellers also. But the point that it leads to is, if they're here, and if they've been here for a long time, do you really think that they burned Exxon for 30,000 years to get here from the closest solar system? So it opens up the question of, well, okay, how do they access energy? How do they propel their ship? And how do they alter time and space in a way that they could actually get here in one lifetime from anywhere else in the so-called physical band? Okay, I want to talk a little bit about the predicament, the context for this kind of suppression. I want to read a quote from Chris Hedges. He brought it together quite nicely. He said, We now live in a nation where doctors destroy health, lawyers destroy justice, universities destroy knowledge, governments destroy freedom, the press destroys information, religion destroys morals, and our banks destroy the economy. And I would add to that list that those who control our access to energy limit and conceal the true possibilities of accessing energy. So let's just look very quickly. Let's look very quickly at just a, those old flip books where you could see the little cartoon character moving. This is like a flip book of our current predicament. So we have the Patriot Act. We have the NDAA. We've got FEMA camps, and you can be kidnapped at any time and put in one of these camps or rendered to some other country. We've got Homeland Security buying over 2 billion hollow point bullets. That's enough, I think, to run an Iraq war for 30 years or something like that. And their first excuse was, oh, this for target practice. Well, nobody uses hollow points for target practice. And so when they got busted on that, they said, oh, well, we're trying to save money by buying in bulk. So then we've got our drones. 30,000 authorized already over this country. We've got the urban drills that are including foreign troops. A lot of foreign troops coming in and participating now. And you got to ask yourself, why is that? Because studies show American military is less apt to fire on American citizens. So they're importing other humans to do that. And there's a lot of equipment moving around the country right now. We've got our friendly, we had one sentence, I think, in the Thrive film about how all of your emails, texts, phone calls, and so forth are being captured and monitored. And then it just went on to the next topic of the movie, and a lot of people were like, no, really? Well, nobody's saying that anymore. Now that and then we have your basic humiliating public violations at the hands of the TSA, so to speak. At least they wouldn't do it to children. Oops, well, maybe they... All right, then they've got their attempt to chip people, and this one is still ongoing, but it's one of the areas where I'm so proud of people for waking up and saying no to the National ID Act and to all the different attempts that they've been doing to try to chip people to monitor and control them. Then you got your toxic pharmaceuticals and the various diseases and mass murders and so forth that they lead to. This isn't the fun part of the lecture, by the way. Then you got your GMOs, you got fluoride, you got chemtrails. For those people who think that this is just regular contrails, I have hundreds of pictures and videos from my house. I happen to look out over Monterey Bay, and so anytime they're there, I'm recording. And this was the first one I saw like that. It's like, oops, they must have forgot. There must have been a commercial flight that forgot some luggage or something. And then an hour later, they came back and did it again. So give me another good exploration for that one. Okay, then you got HAARP doing all of its earthquakes and storm gathering and all that kind of stuff. And all of this is rooted fundamentally in the economic scam. Because you wouldn't be able to get away with this in a free society. You would be prosecuted right away. You would be pressured out of business. You would not be able to receive insurance. You would not be able to have any business customers. You would be locked up. So I'm not going to go into this in depth. If anybody is uncertain that there is a financial scam going on, go watch Thrive. And this basically lays out the overt pyramid, where we're at the bottom, and then the government is on top of us, and we're trained to think that Obama's leader of the free world, and he's like the kingpin. He works for at least 7 levels above him. And his behavior over the last 6 years or whatever pretty much confirms that. And then, because above the government, it's become clearer with Citizen United and so forth that the government really works for the corporations. And now they're not even pretending that that's not true anymore. And there's a new bill now, somebody will remember the name of it, but there's a new Citizen United type thing that's going to go even further. Anyway, so it's legal bribery at the hands of the corporations, but the corporations are all, major corporations are all dependent on the cost of capital. And if you have questions about that, sit down with Catherine Austin Fitz. She'll explain it to you very clearly. But the key to they're not spending their own money on these big projects. They're borrowing it way cheaper than you and I could borrow it, and that's what allows them to have those kinds of profits. One of the things. So they've got to have good relationships with the banks where they can get that kind of money. And then the big banks like Chase and Bank of America, Citigroup, Wells Fargo, and so forth, they're beholden to the central banks. And virtually every major country has a central bank. I think in 2001 there were 7 countries left. Now I think there are only 2. I think it's Iran and North Korea. The rest of the so-called axis of evil has been central bankified. And then above the regular central banks are the IMF and the World Bank. And I want to say one quick thing about that, because this is a hopeful sign. There's a lot going on behind the scenes in the international financial markets right now, and one of the things is that the Asians and the BRICS countries are standing up to the Western Illuminati banksters, and they're saying, no, you screwed up. You're ruining our grandchildren's planet, and you don't get to be in charge anymore. And that's tough to say, yeah. There's not a lot of people who could say that ongoingly to the Western bankers and get away with it. But particularly with China having 2 million man army and nuclear weapons and owning 80% of our debt, they're in a very strong bargaining position. You can't push them around. So people are actually needing to negotiate. And there are fantastic negotiations that have been going on and are, according to my sources, are getting resolved in very exciting ways. And one of them is that they announced at the G20 meeting a month ago or so that they're coming out with a BRICS bank where the Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa put in appropriate amounts totaling $100 billion to start with. And it's going to be an alternative to the World Bank and the IMF. And it's going to be asset-backed. That's the beginning of the end of fiat currency. And that's fundamentally... And along with that, they're developing a new rating service. The Wall Street rating services, of course, they're owned by the Wall Street banks or controlled by the Wall Street banks. And when they actually did drop our credit rating, they were hauled into court immediately and threatened and all this stuff. And so very quickly, the rating went back up to AAA, even though the big banks are hundreds of trillions of dollars in debt, and you can see what the U.S. Treasury doesn't have.
Foster, they did the BRICS new internet. You heard of that one too? They
No.
have their new internet. The cable's later should be ready by the end of 2014, 2015.
Wow.
Same thing. I think it's bricscable.com.
Oh my God, that's fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so there's very exciting things happening because there are a lot of, there's tremendous wealth in the East which the philanthropists are wanting to use to reboot the world. Not only reboot the world economic system, but the environment and to do tremendous debt forgiveness and to fund humanitarian projects. And I know people have probably heard rumors about this for a long time, but according to my sources, it is now rolling, and I think you'll be hearing a lot about it in the next month. So I don't want to say more than that about it because I don't want this to be a topic that I need to deal with a lot in public because I'm not ready to say enough about it to be authoritative, and I don't want to waste my time or anyone else's until it's proven real. Okay, so let's talk about the Thrive movement for a minute. So, given that everything, as far as I can tell, is in its existence only as a function of purpose, I want to start with the purpose, the mission of Thrive movement. The mission of Thrive movement is to catalyze informed conversations and empower self-creating strategic actions that transform the status quo so that everyone has the opportunity to thrive. So that's what we're up to. Let me give you a little bit of a status update. And this is not to toot our horn. This is to give you some great news about a lot of people have come up to me who don't subscribe to our email list or go to the website or something like that, and they say, I heard the movie was really great. Has anything happened since? So we made the film. Kimberly and I were totally aligned and committed to make the film as a trailer for the website. Because you see the movie, even if you see it 4 or 5 times, which a lot of people are, eventually it's the movie that you saw, and now what? So we wanted it to catalyze people going to the website, and then we built the website, spent 3.5 years doing it, to be a toolkit for the movement. So I'm happy to say that in terms of documented views, that means YouTube views, our website, and DVDs. We count each DVD as 1 view, and people are passing it around. They're having home screenings. They're having community screenings on a weekly and monthly basis. So it's documented over 19 million. It's probably more like 25, 30 million or more. Thank you. It's currently being watched by over 1 million people a month in 27 languages. We put it out in 10 languages, and 17 different countries have come to us and said, we need this in our language, can we do that? And some of them were languages like Portuguese, which covers Brazil, and a bunch of dialects from India, which it's just reaching so many more people now. We were voted by the public the Transformational Film of the Year. We were, at the same time that we were excluded from a lot of film festivals because we were too controversial. We didn't go to film festivals before the film came out because we didn't want to risk the exposure before it was spread on the internet and the toothpaste couldn't be put back in the tube. But we did apply to a bunch of. We got into some and won awards in some, but it was a shocking reminder to see that a film that popular would not be shown at these. It also reached the status of a #1 documentary in Japan, and we're currently doing a Thrive book with an agency in Japan. Kimberly and I toured more than 30 cities and just packed houses everywhere for screenings and solution summits. Glenn Martin's here from Australia, who was there in Australia at Gold Coast when we did the screening there. I mean, we didn't do a screening. People had already seen it. We did a day-long solutions summit. And I'll tell you, those Aussies are ready to go. It was so fun. And one of the most exciting things for us in visiting these cities is that we get to see the good news. It's hard, it's easy to get bad news on the internet, real bad news. And it's easy to get false bad news on the corporate media. But to actually be reminded who human beings are, it's like the feeling that was in this room these past few days. That we're seeing that everywhere. And people are not only ready to go, but they really want to get organized. And in a minute I'm going to talk about our Solutions Hub and tell you the kinds of tools that we're providing for them, which seem to be working very effectively. But it was been so positive for Kimberly's and my morale just to get out in the world and see, oh yeah, this is who humanity is once they're given the opportunity to be informed and do something about it. Our website is getting 50 to 100,000 unique visitors a week, and people are starting to explore the depth of it. In the beginning, people were just coming and seeing the movie or looking at the top 10 action list or something like that. You could literally go on that website for a year and not hit the same page a second time. So it's really in-depth a toolkit for people who are taking action. As of a couple of days ago, well, let me say it this way. As we traveled around, what we noticed is that people were spontaneously creating Thrive-inspired solutions groups and then taking on various issues. And so when we saw that everywhere and realized that a lot of them, for instance, every city we went to, somebody was working on GMOs. And they would approach us and say, we're really taking this on, but we don't really have the information or know who to partner with. We need help in getting going on this. When you hear that from everyone, you realize if they just turn to each other, because we don't have the time to do that, was never our intention to do that, and it's not necessary. So one of our goals is to decentralize the sharing of critical information. So now they are on our Solutions Hub, they're posting petitions, and they're posting class action lawsuits and resources and funding sources and all sorts of things like that, so that people don't have to recreate the wheel. So any group that's farther along is teaching the ones who are just catching on. So when I checked a couple of days ago, it is now, and this is what excites me the most of all, it's already 894 solutions groups in 90 countries. And they're taking on over 120 issues. And our team feels really proud, and I speak for them all, when I say that we have established a global reputation for accuracy. People challenged us up one side and down the other to try to undermine the film when it first came out, but we spent a lot of money and time having it independently fact-checked twice. So people realized, oh, okay, well, I have to try to do something else. Go after the Procter & Gamble angle, or he must be an Illuminati shill, all of that. I love that when they think Thrive was disinformation. It's like, yeah, I spent my entire life, virtually every penny I had, and took these risks to do what? Where's the disinformation? But I'm happy to say, there was a lot of military and agency trolls. You can really recognize them. They don't have a name, they don't have a bio, they don't have any friends. And their arguments are very shallow and uninformed, but they're nasty, and that's really the thing. They go on the comment boards to try to scare people off or just to undermine our reputation, and then they create debunking sites so that when people go to Google and they Google Thrive, first you get the movie, then you get the trailer, then you get 4 debunking sites. And, that's unfortunately the era that we live in, and one of the reasons why we're having to learn to be more and more discerning. But I'm happy to say that has all gone away now. Even there was one major Thrive debunk site, which was obviously highly funded and very diligently updated every day and so forth. And they celebrated the demise of Thrive on the 1-year anniversary of our premiere and said, nobody's watching anymore, it's dead, nobody cares, we did our job. So I wrote in a letter to them, which of course they buried on the last page with a little update. So here's what we're up to. Our main missions over the next 2 years is, one, we're going to be spreading and stabilizing the Solutions Hub to self-sufficiency, where it's really a decentralized international network that knows how to do it themselves. Secondly, we'll be launching a Thrive TV online channel. This is not a 24/7 channel. We're not trying to do that level. We've got a small team, and so many people are doing that anyway, and some of them are doing it really well. What Regina is doing with GAIAM, and what David Icke is doing with People's Voice, and Sean Stone is here somewhere. He's doing it with Buzzsaw, and just on, where people are telling the truth. They're actually not holding back, and the public is really, really responding. So what Thrive TV will mostly be is inviting anyone who's interested into our think tanks, because that's a lot of what we're going to be doing, is bringing together the best minds and souls that we can find in particular areas to strategize the transition from quasi-police state to a free and just society on a healthy planet. Because a lot of people know the principles and know the goals, but in terms of actual solution strategies, we're all babes in the woods, it seems, in terms of sitting down and having respectful conversations with people with a slightly different ideology. So we're really looking at how to network other networks together in such a way that nobody gives up the trust that they built with their networks. So the coordinators of any network can gate any mailings that come to them about important actions or resources or whatever. They can decide whether or not they want to disperse it to their network. But if they do, I mean, there's so many things that, whether you're right, left, independent, non-political, whatever, there's so many things that people agree on, particularly if you start with shared values. So when you're talking about the banking scam and chemtrails and fluoride and GMO and all that kind of stuff, if networks would network with each other, the numbers that would be created and come out in terms of awareness, funding, and action, it's going to be game-changing. So that's one of the things that we will be doing. And I'm not going to spend too much time on it today, but the most important conversation on the planet to me is the conversation for true liberty. And most people don't know what I'm talking about when I say that. Most people go, oh yeah, patriotism and the Constitution and all that kind of stuff. In this audience, there's probably quite a few who do, and thank you for that. But this is, Sasha was talking about it the other night. This is truly the sovereignty of every sacred being. And no one has any rights that everyone else doesn't have. So, on the one hand, it's obvious. Yeah. On the one hand, that's obvious. And it's the one thing that I found that every human being that I have talked to agrees that they don't want to be violated against their will. You would be horrified to know how many people I've talked to who, even though they don't want to be violated themselves, that they think that they are so rich or so white or so enlightened or so smart, so successful, whatever, that they actually should be controlling vast numbers of people. And to actually say that to my face is like, oh, okay. So I'm writing either a long paper or a short book on that right now, and we're going to be doing a major media campaign in relation to that. But I want to have this basic white paper out so that people can use it as a reference when all of basically it's a paper about the usual mind traps. Yeah, but what about well, the basis for this is if you agree that nobody should have rights that anyone else doesn't have and nobody should be violating anyone else, well, there goes government. Now, you would think that a shrewd politician would build in some sort of legislation to make it illegal to even talk like that. That's right, I think it's called treason. It's illegal to question the most destructive concept in the history of the world. So that's the dilemma that we're in. So when I start talking about this much more publicly, and people say, yeah, but who built the roads? And what about the poor people? And what about the sick people? And what about educating my kids and so forth? Each of those questions will already be answered. If you truly want to know the option, the non-governmental option, which not only could work, but it would work and work in a way that everybody has justice and prosperity, then those questions will be answered thoroughly, because those are the mind traps. And when I was learning about it from my son, I argued with him literally for months. And I had all my clever but what ifs, and I had all my political ideology that I had represented for a long time. And he just kept saying, Dad, I think you need to look a little deeper on this one. And I finally realized I was in this fog of illogical thought, and I was standing on moral quicksand, and I'm finally like, okay, teach me. And he did. He was a major mentor for me in making Thrive. So listen to your kids. Oh, his name is Trevor Gamble, and he's 32, and he put a lot of his knowledge in a book which he's recently self-published called The Secrets to Nonviolent Prosperity, The Principles of Liberty. So check it out. Thanks for asking. I'll pay you later for that little... No, it would have been a good idea to bring it, but it's available on Amazon. So one of my main teachers, and to me perhaps from my point of view, the greatest living philosopher, maybe the greatest philosopher ever, because he stood on the shoulders of other ones and went beyond, is a man named Stefan Molyneux. He's, you know Steph, okay, great. He's a pretty young Canadian guy who's just really done his homework. And thank God he's an actor, debater, software programmer, and with a tremendous knowledge of history and economics. So he's really funny and entertaining, as well as being just mind-blowingly brilliant. And he just lays out the philosophy, the morality, and then a lot about what a truly free world could be like and how it would work. And I want to share this one quote from him because it really brings it down to the fulcrum of the whole thing. In this era of relative ethics, it says, the greatest fight in the history of the world and the world of ideas is the fight to establish a universal morality. So let that one sink in a little bit, because we have been trained to kind of have ethical and cultural morality. Oh, well, it's okay to stone their women in this country because they suspect them of something. Oh, it's okay to cut off their hands when some starving guy steals a loaf of bread or something like that. And those are just a couple of myriad of examples, including in this country. But what Steph stands for with absolute rigor is that what we are missing, if we're going to survive, is a universal morality. And that doesn't even mean just global. We're talking about a universal morality. And basically it is the non-aggression principle, the non-initiation of force against anyone else. So it's inconvenient in a way because, you know, government goes away, all these handouts go away, all that type of stuff. But you'll find in the Thrive Solutions strategy, we're not just like cold-hearted about this. What we recommend is over time, a three-stage strategy that really takes into account some people, a lot of people have been really screwed over by this system, many of them a lot worse than others. And if we're all part of that human body, then if your leg had this huge gash in it, you would want to take a lot of energy from the rest of your attention and put it on healing that. But in our Solutions Hub, one of the only two requirements is that your solutions do not create any new violations. So there will, for a while, be taxation. I long for the day when involuntary taxation is no longer there. But meanwhile, there will be. But if we simply cut the military budget in half, actually had a true defense budget instead of a global imperialist budget, and you got rid of the Federal Reserve, by my calculations, so that frees up literally trillions of dollars a year. And Lester Brown has in his Plan B has estimated that it would take 192 billion, I think, to turn around the poverty, environment, health, and justice worldwide. 190 million a year, and we're talking about freeing up trillions. Billion a year. Freeing up trillions just from doing those two actions. So that helps to fund the transition. Okay, let me talk for a moment about the Solutions Hub. So you may remember from the movie that we had this, what we called the Sector Navigator, because we spent a long time, 10 years, with in think tanks with Barbara Marx Hubbard and the Foundation for Conscious Evolution and the Shift Project and a number of other groups, trying to all come to alignment on names for the sectors. We were all aligned about if the universe uses the vector equilibrium as its mother structure, we might as well do that too. So we had 12 with one in the center, and worldview was in the center. And we finally all came to agreement on these sector titles. And they're not the right ones, they're just the most useful ones we've found. And that's the only other requirement on the Solutions Hub, is that if you do use sector names, that you use these same sectors. Because what that does is allow us to have a global laser-like coherence in our collaboration rather than everybody diluting and confusing the system. And here's the 2D version that starts taking on the toroidal aspect. And I want to spend a moment on this, because what we're trying to do is empower individuals to find their calling and take action effectively and have a great time while they're doing it. So what we recommend in our solutions toolkit and in our solutions workshops is that people who find out what's going on deeply enough that they go, I think I want to do something about that. Great. A lot of people contact us and say, well, what should I do? And I said, well, that would be back in centralized power. I have no interest in telling you what to do. But here are some tools that we have found really useful. And the first one is, it's not up here, but the first one is take a moment, sit down, and write down your purpose in life. I found that I was ruffling some feathers in social situations when I would often ask it, oh, hi, nice to meet you. What's your purpose in life? So I do it usually more tactfully. I wait at least a minute or something like that. But the truth of the matter is that's what I most want to know about you. And then I want to know other details too. But it's shaping everything you do. So I want to know that because that makes it easier for me to support you and to align with you. 10 minutes? Okay.
To a break. Because you have 2 hours.
Oh. Okay, how should we handle this? I was generously given 2 sessions. Do you want to take a break? I know it's a long time. Do you want to take a break and have people come back, or just people go in restroom if they want to?
At 5:30 is the dinner break, which is in 10 minutes. There's a break anyway, and then it's up to Sasha and whoever's doing
Oh, I see. Oh, wow.
decide how to come back together again after dinner at 7.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately we got started a little bit late. I think the best thing for me to do then is to wrap this up as quickly as I can so we don't get too far behind schedule. So we invite people to ask themselves, what is your purpose? Once they're clear on that, then say, what sector are you most drawn to? Science, relations, education, environment, justice, health, and so forth. Then ask yourself, what level of engagement draws me the most? Am I someone who wants to meet immediate needs? Or am I someone who would rather work on systemic change? Or am I someone who feels more drawn to being part of the consciousness shift? Now, it may overlap those, but what we've found is it's very helpful for activists to try not to take on saving the entire world yourself, but to actually identify yourself in these ways, then start, go to the Solutions Hub or somewhere else and find people with similar interests that you can work with. Relax into doing your mission, your calling in a supported way, while knowing that all of the other sectors and all of the other levels are being handled by really competent people. And it's true, every single solutions group we've ever been with, even if there's only 30 or 40 people in the group, all of the different sectors and levels seem to be handled. So here's a map on the Solutions Hub where you can find other groups. You can search by issue. We post updates on things that are going on from various groups around the world, and then also resources for effective action here. This is a Stop Smart Meters flyer, but those sorts of resources. So I want to briefly touch on Thrive Connect. I'm not going to have time to go into this much yet, and this is what I'll be talking a lot about in the future. But because we've been so blessed to be contacted by so many remarkable innovators, technological and social, economic, the whole thing, we have been asked by philanthropists who are looking to change the world very rapidly to identify the best projects that we can find in all 12 sectors. Fortunately, that was something we had already been doing for several years. So we were able to present to them a map of kind of the first wave of recommendations. And each one of these little pills here represents a project in each one of the different sectors. You can see happily, everybody gets bored by when I bring up infrastructure, but the free energy projects are in infrastructure. So these are all projects that we're relating to now and in the process of not only helping them get the funding that they need, but we have assembled and continue to assemble the infrastructure to coordinate with all of these groups, but also to make sure they really have what they need. And that means, let me go to one other first here. Yeah. I spent a fantastic weekend at my home with Jeroen and Robert and Joel Garbin and GlobalBEM a while ago, talking about GlobalBEM, the whole global energy movement, and we were all just kind of comparing notes. No violations of non-disclosures, but really talking about the generalizations of the field. And we ended up mapping kind of a concept to market layout. And so let me go over this quickly with you, because these are probably the most important things for this group that I have to say. So obviously you need labs or incubators to develop your technologies. Then, as Mark Dancy and Joel and Garret Moddel and others have been talking about, the vetting is critical. We need to have absolutely rigorous vetting. No hand waving, no smoke and mirrors. We got to get beyond that, because it's really decreasing the credibility of the field. And then the funding. You can call this whatever you want. You can call it gifting economy. You can call it provisioning, whatever. These inventors need some cash to feed themselves, to keep their labs secure, and get these inventions done and out. So someday maybe we'll be on a planet with no money. Meanwhile, we need these technologies out. So we're working hard on getting the money to the right places. And as well, they need security strategies. Of the many labs that I've been to, I would say probably only 2 did I go, oh, great, you've got security handled. So that's critical for the safety of the inventors and also for everyone else getting benefit of the technology. And that doesn't mean, a mob of guys with AK-47s. If the FBI knows about you and they want to crash your lab, guess what? They're going to crash your lab. But if you've got multiple surveillance systems that are live streaming to remote locations, YouTube, the world sees that the next day. And it's going to be like NSA on steroids. It's like the world's going to go, oh, they are shutting down those technologies. I wonder why. Let's don't let that happen anymore. And we've got a fantastic security team that will be available for labs that need that. Legal as well. Legal structures and legal defense funds, to set aside money so that if they try to stop you with frivolous lawsuits, you're ready. Business models. Yep. Very briefly, this is a spectrum of business models. A lot of people ask me, well, what's the right kind of monetary system for the world? And I said, to me, that's the wrong question. As soon as you're talking about the system, somebody's imposing their will on other people, and liberty's gone. So you're going to end up with a corrupt system. So what I'm looking for is a free market in currency, free market in everything, but responsible, honest. And same thing, free market in business strategies for getting technologies out. And on the far end is an inventor goes, wow, I did it. I'm going to give this to the world. It's on the internet that night. I don't know that it's happened yet, but I think that it probably will. The second one is give away with philanthropic compensation. There's one lab that I'm dealing with in South America right now. We haven't had a chance to send the vetting team down yet, but if they've got what they think that they've got, and my ideal would be to hook them up with these philanthropists. And they say, okay, what's your fair price to where you'll feel like, great, I feel fully rewarded. And so you'll put that amount of money in escrow, and then you put the plans in escrow, and then they both get released at the same time. So it's not a corporation coming in and taking the technology and shelving it, but it's an inventor getting rewarded, or his team or whatever, getting well rewarded for what they've done, but then just putting it on the internet. And that's the easiest way to get it out, because if they try to stop you, it's a free speech issue, just like the Ellsberg paper, the Pentagon Papers. And that's already got court precedent. The lawyers can really stop them from doing that if you're willing to give it away. If you're selling it, then they can get you with commerce clauses and all this kind of stuff and tie you up for a while. But so that's the second one. The next is where you're making it open source and at the same time selling product or licensing product. I think a very viable way to go for certain labs. The whole patenting thing, if somebody goes for patents, you can do public patents, you can do regular private patents, you can do... I personally don't recommend patenting to any inventors because it's so risky, and David Martin can tell you all about that. He's the expert on that one, because that's usually when they find out what you've got and come and rate it, and then you can't do it anymore. Some very good inventors are doing partial patents, where they're getting some proprietary rights over certain aspects of the technology, but they're not putting it out. They're not showing their whole thing so that people don't know that they're talking about a new energy device. And some people are going for foreign patents. I think it's a little safer in some countries, but ultimately it's not what I recommend. Though I honor someone if they want to do that, that feels right to them. The key thing here is that each inventor, each lab, each business team should be free to choose the one that they wanted to go on, as long as they're not violating anyone else, and hopefully they're as informed as possible when they make that decision. And then there's conscious VC. Some of you may know the Novus Via group, probably the most conscious venture capital I've seen, certainly in the area of new energy. And they got great people. They're treating their inventors really well. The inventors are collaborating. All the inventors own a piece of the larger company, so there isn't the usual infighting. It's a real paradigm breaker.
What was CAP for foundation? That one?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you. This humanitarian business plan with the CAP, this has been quite popular with some of the labs that I'm working with. And this is basically a more traditional business model. I mean, some of these labs have $25, $30 million in already. And so they've got people who've really taken risks and put up a lot of their hard-earned money to try to make this stuff happen. So in situations like that, one of the alternatives that we're suggesting is you have your regular business plan, and then once your investors get 120% of their, or some number like that, of their investment back, then they continue to be rewarded, but it starts to taper. The percentage starts to taper down. And the gap between what they would have been making and what they have chosen to make, all of that goes into furthering the technology and distributing the technology in humanitarian ways all over the world. There is one group of philanthropists that we're working with right now who basically what they're proposing is if it's a nonprofit organization that's willing to give away the technology, then they will just give them the money and ask for nothing. If it's a for-profit organization, they'll take whatever appropriate shares are they get with the financial value that they put in, but they will take 100% of that money and use it for distribution for humanitarian purposes. So there's a lot of real win-win models coming out. And then the traditional VC, I lived in Silicon Valley for years. I cringe at the very notion. But somebody mentioned the Bloom Box the other day. The Bloom Box is not a free energy technology, but it's an off-the-grid technology that's a major stepping stone. They got almost $1 billion from Kleiner Perkins. It's a major venture capital company in Silicon Valley. And now places like eBay and Google down in Silicon Valley, they're running off the grid. So the fact that they're allowed to run off the grid is a huge step for the rest of us when we actually bring in new energy devices. Okay. Oh, let me just go back and finish this list. So after the business models, networking and media. This is a critical simultaneous part, and this is what I just, bow to the BEM group and to Tom Vallone, what he's been doing since 1999 at least. I attended his first conference on future energy in 1999. And because creating the kind of awareness in the world where the paradigm is shifting, where these breakthroughs are being accepted intellectually, and then where the public can protect the inventors and the companies that are bringing it out is an absolutely critical part. So I'm so thrilled that these are being so well received. And then finally, marketing and distribution. Let me just, we're coming down to the last several minutes, so let me just say on that, number one, unless somebody just gives the technology away, I highly recommend to all the people that I work with that they coordinate their release with other releases, either of their own technology or with other labs worldwide. So the whole bunch of them come out. It's like whack-a-mole. If you're the only mole with your head up. And then we're exploring all sorts of fun and creative ways for actually announcing to the public. And an example is there's one famous rock star who's very much into free energy, who will remain anonymous so far. But he said, if you can bring me a working device, I will create a global concert. And we will run the concert on this. And during the intermission, we'll make the announcement. And we'll take the Steadicam backstage and show the device. So the way I've kind of spun off of that is that then once people have seen the device, then they're going, whoa, that's amazing, but I don't know if it's real. At that point, you have a dozen people like Garret Moddel with the kind of academic credibility and rigorous testing and everything that he does, and other credit-worthy people, trustworthy people from our culture who will come forward and say, yes, I've been checking this out for 6 months, and I'm willing to stand here and say, this is real. And then on the big screen behind this panel comes up, okay, now this is in a village in South Africa, and here's one in a Native American tribe in Alaska, and here's one in Asia, here's one in South America. And they're already using these technologies. And, yeah, thank you. And they also have the surveillance cameras, so if they start to get shut down, the whole world gets to watch that too. So, two quick things and I'm out of here. I want to read this quote from Goethe, which I oftentimes read it at times when it just feels like too much. And I know we all go through those from time to time. It's just like, oh, I don't know if this is worth it. Anyway, I love the way he says this. Until one is committed, there is hesitancy, the chance to draw back, always ineffectiveness. Concerning all acts of initiative, there is one elementary truth, the ignorance of which kills countless ideas and splendid plans. That the moment one definitely commits oneself, then providence moves too. And I think we're all experiencing that. So I want to close by reading my tribute to the inventors. With deepest respect and awe, I salute you. The energy dancers, the alchemists, the wizards, the makers. At the heart of our problems are short-sighted constraints on energy, health, freedom, and peace. And you are at the heart of the solutions. You and I both know it's not magic. It's relentless, soulful curiosity and commitment. Humbled by repeated failures to learn from, informed by interdimensional and inner guidance, honed by endless hard work and the need to align rigorously with cosmic principles. You adventure in a realm where ego, false hope, hand-waving, and exaggeration have to crumble and fade away for success to be realized. Honoring the flows of nature for those moments of tingling illumination, when the mist of unknowing clears and you see beyond the shadow of a doubt and you have answered your calling. And then, even if you make it to the top of that mountain of successful innovation, there are more peaks whose ascent is required. Out beyond the dark shadows of jealous doubters and greedy, wounded suppressors, where you could share your dream come true with a hurting, confused, and ready world. Humanity is quivering at the edge of falling into oblivion or spreading our strong, capable wings and soaring toward a new horizon. Hang in there. You have a right to safety. Hang in there. You have earned our respect and you deserve our support. And now at last, as the Hopi say, we push off together into the center of the current and into the farthest reaches of the cosmos and of our imaginations made manifest. Beyond our fears, a match for the challenge, guided by love, toward harmony and thriving. Here we go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Enjoy your dinner, and I'll look forward to seeing you for the panel.
I would like to ask you to stay one more minute. because I want to like to introduce you to Josh Thoms. I first want to give you. Thank you very much. Josh had an initiative that is called a 1,000,000 Volt March, and the first intention was to do this march on Pearl Street here in the center, but logistically that is not possible. So we had to come up with a solution. The solution that we found is we would like to invite you to be on a group picture outside here at the hotel. We're going to do it from the roof. It's going to be a huge promotion thing for his Join the 1,000,000 Volt March initiative, and also for the GlobalBEM Breakthrough Energy Movement. It's going to be a powerful message to see so many people endorsing us, and so I would like to invite you to follow us. It's going to be on that corner. It's only going to take 10 minutes. We got a photographer on the roof, so if everybody can put his thumb up or whatever, it's going to be nice. Josh, do you want to say something?
I just want to say thank you all so much for your sacrifice to humanity. Each one of you is doing an amazing part to change this world. Only together, through sacrifice, through compassion and understanding, can we really come together and change this world.